What is good, Royal Family? What is good? We are going to be talking about the Diddy situation today. I know that it was requested for me to look at it by several people, and Ben wanted to look at it as well. So he's supposed to come up. I haven't talked to him this afternoon. I hope everything's okay. But if he does not come, we are prepared to continue. Before we start off this show today, I'm going to play a song that I created myself called Forgotten Victims. I feel like it suits the content today. So this is Forgotten Victims by Cash Me Out, aka Queen's Throne. Let's go.
Have you seen Ebony? I can't find her. No, I haven't seen her. Did you see Ebony?
Yeah, she's looking up for people.
Ebony? What's going on back here?
You're just playing a game. It's okay, isn't it?
Paul, I was just worried. As long as she's back here with you, everything is all right. Mommy?
Shh. Shh.
Mommy!
Stand against the predators amongst us. Be the voice of change. Break the cycle.
Forgotten victims, hidden so well, victims of their past, but they would never tell. Touched his children, are scared by violence. They choose to hide it and keep the silence. Still forgotten victims who choose to hide. Push back their feelings or bottle them inside. Victims of abuse, scared to protest, but many are ashamed due to rape and incest. Still forgotten victims, hidden so well. Some memories of abuse, but very deep they dwell. Women and men hiding feelings of shame, but they are still victims and shouldn't be blamed. Still forgotten victims who choose to hide it. Keep quiet cause society takes sides and downplays violence. Many fear being believed, but they are still victims, so don't be deceived. Forgotten victims, hidden so well. Victims of wanting love, but truly living in hell. Day after day, they may suffer new pain. By someone out and close, but it could be far away. You may not have a voice, but I'll be yours today. So wipe those tears away and let my words relieve the pain. Don't drive yourself insane, no red stress to your brain. Trying to figure out why you've been treated this way. Just hold your head high and know when karma comes around. So knock up to the ground. Hold on, it's messing up, y'all. Of course. Shout out to those of y'all that are in the building. Time come around. The best way to heal is to seek help and talk about it. Cause you never know, your experience just might help somebody. I had my time of being quiet, hiding behind my tears for so many years. But one day I understood what my experience is. I can help the next, so I'll dedicate my last breath. To prevent future victims from this pain, and so all my survivors can stand tall again. I'll be your shield from the wind. The paper or the pen, take my hand, it just say win. Forgotten victims, forgotten victims, hidden so well. Victims of the past, but never what they tell.
happened to me. It happened to me. It happened to me.
It happened to me.
It happened to me.
It happened to me. It happened to me.
It happened to me. It happened to me.
It happened to me.
And me.
Shout out to everybody in the chat. I don't know what's going on, but so today, shout out to Texas Bama. Stacy, I see you in the building. Blood Money, Zion Facts, shout out to you. I see that Unseen Soldier's here and he said he'll be in and out. Much love to him. What's good, Yummy Yums? Okay, observing stuff. I see you in the building. It has been a minute, Porter. Shout out to you. And Max, what is good, Max? I do gotta fix this because Texas should have a wrench. So anyway, okay, all right. So today, what am I doing? Okay. So today we're gonna talk about this Diddy situation. It's been requested that I look into it. So I'm like, fuck it, right? Because at the end of the day, this shit is sick. I know y'all know that it's sick, right? But yeah, I'm up for it because after investigating a lot of shit, I was like, what the fuck? Now, Ben Diesel is supposed to be up here. I tried to call him earlier, you know what I'm saying, today to ask him a question about the stream, and then he didn't respond, so maybe he was just asleep or whatever. But allegedly, he's supposed to be in here today. Shout out to Ben, though. I know he does work hard, so he might just be sleeping, y'all. But I hope everything is okay, with him and his. On the intro, we were listening to Forgotten Victims by myself, Queen's Throne, aka Cash Me Out. And that's because this whole Diddy situation is really ridiculous. I know there's really nothing that's probably going to be new to you guys here today. However, I am interested in starting to look more into it and stuff like that because A, y'all requested it, and B, through me researching it. I mean, I've had a playlist for Diddy since like the Cassie situation. So you'll see a lot of this here. If for some reason, somehow you're not aware of the Diddy situation, I feel like you'll get a good understanding of it up to here. In this edit, it's an hour and 39 minutes and 22 seconds. Now, there's obviously stuff that was left out because things are happening by the minute. However, I do have a follow-up playlist that I will work from in upcoming live streams. But I hope everybody is doing great today. I hope you guys enjoying your weekend so far. It's definitely the weekend, baby. Yeah, he's being a devil. It's just sick and pathetic. Now, I feel like for the most part, far as I goes, this is why I was trying to get a hold of Ben this afternoon. I had talked to him earlier, but I really didn't have much to say. I feel like my edit is pretty much self-explanatory. Obviously, at the end portion, I will give commentary. And if I do feel the need to give commentary in between that, I definitely will. Because, yeah, I feel like, I went and just scraped everything, brought it together for y'all to view. I'm sure that this, again, is not new to anybody, not trying to pass it off like it is or nothing like that. But this is my genre. I've come to YouTube talking about these type of things and stuff like that. I do tend to kind of stay away from the celebrity things because I like to focus on what's going on in our communities. But since you guys requested, I have no issue with that. Now, I'm just going to get the show started because, like I said, Ben might be asleep. I know he's been exhausted. Work's been kicking his ass and shit like that. So if he joins, then he joins. He knows what the edit is. He was able to see it beforehand. And then I talked to him earlier this morning. So I hope he's okay, like I said. Anyway, let's get into this edit or movie.
It's 2020, y'all. Yeah. And it's different than when it was 2016. You know, the game has been elevated. As we can tell, there's no expense being spared. We had a black billionaire's lunch. Yeah. You understand? Right. And we here together, and we're going to keep staying together. We getting tighter. You know what I'm saying? And united we stand. And ain't nothing else to us. Right?
Unseen, I'm good. You know, I know how to run shows by myself and things like that. But, you know, he had requested to talk about it. So it's kind of like, you know, I gotta get up for work in the morning. So I gotta start the show. I can't just wait for him. But I will drop the link. And if you want to come up, you definitely can.
Reggie prediction. I know Puffy is smart enough, and he probably done already cleaned his houses. But sexual predators, what do they do? And we'd be like, damn, why? They treat their sex tapes like, y'all remember that song, Me and My Girlfriend, that Pac did? What he was talking about? What was Pac talking about, y'all? And that, do y'all really know what he was talking about? For those of y'all know what he's talking about, he's talking about a gun, but sexual predators is what hold on to their tapes. And cops know that. I wouldn't be surprised if some storages or some of Puffy properties be getting raided real soon. Because they need to get to those tapes.
Federal agents are conducting raids on P. Diddy's homes here in Miami and in Los Angeles.
Two law enforcement sources, according to the Associated Press, says this is part of an ongoing sex trafficking investigation. But those sources told the Associated Press it's not clear whether Combs is the target of said investigation. His house is just behind me. You can see the trio of federal agents there at the edge of the driveway. They are from Homeland Security Investigations here in Miami. They are working in tandem with the New York Homeland Security Office. Chopper 4 over the scene of the house here gives you a better sense of the scale of the property that the police here are searching. We were told by neighbors that these officers showed up 3 to 4 hours ago, beginning this raid here in Miami. At the same time, earlier today in Los Angeles, police with the Homeland Security Investigations Agency raided one of Diddy's homes there as well. Again, it is not totally clear because their explanation to us has been very vague on what it is that they're looking for. The statement that we got from Homeland Security Investigations reads, and I quote, earlier today, Homeland Security Investigations New York executed law enforcement actions as part of an ongoing investigation with assistance from HSI Los Angeles, HSI Miami, and local law enforcement partners. They're going to provide information as it becomes available, but that is really all we know at this point beyond what you can see here live.
Do we know if P. Diddy was inside the house or if anybody was inside the house when this raid took place?
Good question. Since we've been here, we've seen no one detained. We've seen no one coming down that driveway besides law enforcement. The gate to that driveway, there's a large gate that is taller than that van that sits there. It's probably another 2 feet taller than that van. It was disabled and pushed to the side.
Larry, in some of the video we saw earlier, it looked like they broke down the gate in order to get into the driveway. Was that the case?
That gate is taller than the van, and it was disabled and broken and pushed to the side.
Combs' ex-girlfriend, Cassandra Ventura, sued, you're talking about the lawsuit, sued Combs in November of 23. You know, allegations about sex trafficking. She's now put out a statement through her lawyer reacting to this, what we're watching happening live. We will always support law enforcement when it seeks to prosecute those that have violated the law. Hopefully this is the beginning of a process that will hold Mr. Combs responsible for his depraved conduct. I'm just thinking about Jeffrey Epstein. Didn't that start with civil suits?
So I'm so glad you mentioned that, because in this lawsuit that I just mentioned, there was a comparison to Jeffrey Epstein. There was one of the individuals that has been associated with Jeffrey Epstein. They said it's almost like the madam. They almost said she was like the Ghislaine Maxwell. And I remember that comparison stood out to me at the time. So hearing that from Miss Ventura, which by the way, she settled her lawsuit with P. Diddy one day after it was filed. Now, having said that, I recall that the statements that were released after that were not saying this was a vindication and that P. Diddy is completely innocent, but that they resolve their issues amicably, but she never gave up her contention that she was sexually assaulted by Mr. Combs. If you're talking about sex trafficking, if you're talking about underage women, that is a concern. That is something that comes to my mind. You're also talking, I mean, we can see it here, a massive property. And so obviously when you're attempting to go into a property like this, you would see that kind of massive effort. You would see multiple law enforcement agencies going in. And so that's probably, they have the resources to be able to penetrate and go into a property like that. Clearly they had some probable cause to believe that there is a criminal activity afoot there and that they're trying to either arrest some of the individuals there or try to get some evidence out of there, whatever that might be. One of the aspects of that lawsuit was that P. Diddy had surveillance footage in his property.
Wait, look real quick. What is this, Jesse? Because these are new pictures.
So if that
are
is,
these the there's
that
people
could
in
be his
handcuffs
sons.
now.
That could be his sons. That could be his sons. Again, if that is accurate, I wouldn't be surprised because the allegations put forward in that lawsuit implicated his sons in different criminal activities.
So these are aerial photos from our helicopter in Los Angeles. It's zoomed in now. This is brand new. And there are, let's see, can we count? It's small. A couple of people in handcuffs, a couple of people on the ground. Looks like.
That is a fact, Belle. When you guys get to look, obviously we've all seen the footage of the raid. The footage of the raid is very minimal compared to any raid that I've ever seen, been in, or whatever, right? Don't judge me, right? Changed my life. But, child, it's definitely not it's like they just, looked in stuff, picked stuff up. It's a little disheveled. We don't know its original state. However, it definitely is not what I've seen in normal raids. Shout out to Belle. Let's get back into it.
Looks like two boys in handcuffs there facing the bushes.
And let's be clear, they could be detained while the search warrant is going forward, while the house is being searched. It doesn't necessarily mean they are arrested, but they're currently being detained outside while this is happening.
And the other thing, this is a federal investigation, Department of Homeland Security. We know, it's very difficult for us to get real-time information from the feds. It's not like working with the sheriff's office. They are so tight-lipped.
And one of the reasons they keep it very close to the chest is because they don't want to alert the suspects that they're looking into. And clearly, they must have had some sort of intelligence to let them know that these people were at the residence at that time.
Yeah.
Right? It can't just be that a situation, they're going in at this time just because it's, a sunny day in Los Angeles or Miami. There's a reason they're going in at that time to try to find the individuals they're looking for or the evidence they're looking for at this time.
Music mogul and rapper Sean Diddy Combs has faced 4 different lawsuits in recent weeks alleging sexual assault and abuse, all of which he has denied. The first of those came from singer Cassie Ventura, known as Cassie, who accused Combs of sexual abuse and sex trafficking during the decade they were together. Singer-songwriter, activist Tiffany Red had been working with Cassie on an album when she first met Diddy and says that she witnessed him verbally abusing her friend. Following Cassie's settlement with Diddy, Red penned an open letter in Rolling Stone about her experience. She spoke to me about the events that she says traumatized her.
I don't think people understand what it's like to be traumatized by somebody famous and rich, because you can't get away from them.
Tiffany Red has written for the likes of Zendaya, Jason Derulo, and Jennifer Hudson. In 2015, she became friends with Cassie while writing songs for her album. At that point, Cassie and Diddy had been together for nearly 8 years. In a lawsuit Cassie filed last month, she detailed the abuse she says Diddy committed, including physical assault. Red says although she did not know about the alleged physical assault while working with Cassie, she did witness verbal abuse on more than one occasion, one of which took place during Cassie's 29th birthday in 2015. Red says Diddy showed up at karaoke, where Cassie and a group of friends were celebrating.
So he had her back into the corner, and he was cussing her out with his hand in her face.
Later that night, Red, who was staying at Cassie's home, says she awoke to screaming.
He's standing in the living room area, and she's there, and he was emotional singing, there you are. And I just was oh, he's talking to me. And I remember, I don't know if you know what his voice sounds like, but I felt like I was in the presence of his monster inside. And I remember looking in his eyes, and I said to him, what did y'all do? Because I could see that she was really sedated. That was the first time I'd ever seen her high before. And then he says, tell your girl she wants some birthday. And we were he said it to me. And I'm well, she doesn't have to have sex with you if she doesn't want to. He was upset. I guess that she didn't want to do with him whatever he wanted. I don't know. I don't feel like I could advocate for myself in that moment. I realized oh, this guy is dangerous.
Red says it was only a few months ago that Cassie told her what was really going on that night in 2015, that it all stemmed from the music executive wanting her to take part in what he called a freak-off against her will.
What did Cassie tell you about these freak-offs? That he would hire these sex workers and They would have, sex with her or whatever, and he would watch and tell them what to do.
In her lawsuit, Cassie alleges she was forced to participate in freak-offs throughout her relationship with Diddy. Red learning recently one horrific detail from Cassie.
She told me the only time he was willing to do anything or work on her music, go through any plans, any of that, was when she had a freak off. So all of our music, all my work, to find out that I spent all these years writing these songs for him to rape my friend to, is just disgusting.
In the lawsuit, Cassie detailed the physical abuse she says Diddy committed, including an instance where she was put in a hotel room for days to heal. Red says Cassie recently told her about Diddy giving her a black eye before the premiere of her 2016 film, The Perfect Match.
I remember one time her telling me that, I think it might have been The Perfect Match, that movie that she was in, and she told me that she had a black eye under her makeup.
Do you believe Diddy is a dangerous person?
Yes, I do.
Why?
I mean, look at his rap sheet.
An attorney for Cassie declined to comment. Diddy's attorney did not respond. In 2015, Diddy was arrested on 3 counts of assault with a deadly weapon and other charges for allegedly beating up his son's football coach. Prosecutors declined to file felony charges related to that arrest. 24 hours after Cassie filed her lawsuit, she and Diddy announced that they had reached an undisclosed settlement. Combs released a statement saying, "We have decided to resolve this matter amicably. I wish Cassie and her family all the best." His lawyer adding that the settlement was, quote, "in no way an admission of wrongdoing."
I mean, I just feel like it's PR. He's settled because he doesn't want to go to court. I think a lot of people, especially in the Black community, are, I've seen the narrative of they just trying to take a Black man down. And it's just that's not what this is about. That's not what this is about. This is about accountability and a reckoning. That's just the bottom line.
As for what justice looks like,
I think justice looks like Diddy being behind bars. And I also think that justice looks like everybody getting retribution for all of the things. The amount of therapy, like I just said, all of the moments, the time, these are our careers.
Some shocking new allegations against rapper Sean Combs, also known as P. Diddy. The 5th lawsuit in the last month was filed against him today. Christina Maurice, the woman bringing this latest lawsuit, says she was only 17 when she was a victim of sex trafficking and gang rape by Combs and his associates. That's why the lawsuit is filed by Jane Doe.
According to the filing, she says she was in the 11th grade when she was out with friends at a Detroit lounge.
According to the filing, she says she was in the 11th grade when she was out with friends at a Detroit lounge.
According to the filing, she says she was in the 11th grade when she was out with friends at a Detroit lounge
in Michigan in 2003, and then approached by Harvey Pierre, then president of Combs' music label Bad Boy Entertainment. Combs' career was taking off, and she says Pierre bragged that Combs was his best friend and called him. The two men allegedly convinced her to take a private jet to New York City. She claims at Combs' recording studio she was given drugs and alcohol and raped by the two men, as well as a third assailant whose name has not yet been revealed. On Instagram, Combs posted, "Enough is enough. For the last couple of weeks, I have sat silently and watched people try to assassinate my character, destroy my reputation and my legacy," the statement said. "Sickening allegations have been made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. Let me be absolutely clear. I did not do any of the awful things being alleged. I will fight for my name, my family, and for the truth." Last month, Diddy and
really quick, I want to state, if you haven't seen it, there was a photo of Polite and Diddy that was found that's in my community tab. So if you haven't seen it, I just feel like this whole thing is awkward, and we've seen certain actions from what Diddy is displaying and things like that from another sector. If you feel me, we gonna be messy next live stream, but this one, we down to business, y'all.
and longtime girlfriend Cassie Ventura reached a settlement, and that was just one day after she sued him for allegations of rape, sex trafficking, and domestic violence.
This right here, it is the lawsuit. It is 75 pages of just shocking allegations. Many legal experts say the accusations are very similar to those of Jeffrey Epstein's case.
If you have read this complaint and seen the nature of these allegations, the raids aren't that surprising.
It's a 75-page complaint with explosive allegations of sexual assault, sex trafficking, and drugging of underage girls.
It's a 75-page complaint with explosive allegations of sexual assault, sex trafficking, and drugging of underage girls.
It's a 75-page complaint with explosive allegations of sexual assault, sex trafficking, and drugging of underage girls.
The lawsuit was filed by music producer Rodney Lil Rod Jones on February 26. It names Sean Combs, aka Diddy, his son Justin Dior, and several others. And it also includes photographs of bloody crime scenes, sex workers, and drugs allegedly administered at, quote, freak-off parties.
It's clear that the allegations, again, in this complaint, many of them rise to the level of criminal conduct where you would expect to see some kind of criminal investigation taking place. Even a handful, not the entire complaint of allegations, but even if a handful of these allegations are true, they mean trouble for Sean Combs.
Jones lived and traveled with Diddy for 13 months. The complaint states Mr. Jones was sexually harassed and assaulted by Mr. Combs. It also states Mr. Combs required Mr. Jones to solicit sex workers. The complaint goes on to claim Diddy has hidden cameras in every room of his homes, and that there are recordings of celebrities, music label executives, politicians, and athletes in compromising positions.
The number of celebrities who come up in this lawsuit who, according to this plaintiff, were involved in or have information about some of this really salacious and allegedly criminal conduct on the part of Sean Combs.
The lawsuit refers to Diddy's chief of staff as Ghislaine Maxwell, who was found guilty of recruiting underage girls for Jeffrey Epstein.
Seen these cases before with high-powered, affluent individuals. But again, at this point, these are allegations, and perhaps we will see this matter move from civil to criminal. Again, just really serious allegations that clearly rise to the level of criminal conduct, if true.
Where's Diddy? Ollie, where is Diddy tonight? We can track people's planes. There's a kid who's got a website that tracks celebrities' planes. He's been sued by all of them. What's the story on Diddy's plane?
So as much as you can track those things, you can also, if you go to some trouble and black yourself out of them. So on this occasion, his plane sort of disappeared, gone private, as it were.
Now it's not Diddy do it, it's Diddy done. They don't come like that unless they got a case.
Clearly, there is a significant HSI sex trafficking, human trafficking investigation ongoing. And I would tell you this, you're not going to see this level of resources, tactical teams, 2 different searches, and then Opelika Airport and the airplane and the arrest. You're not going to see that. They don't devote that level of resources to a one-off type of sexual assault or one-off sexual harassment or anything like that. I mean, this would have to have some connection to servitude, forced sex acts, crossing state lines, crossing international boundaries. It looks pretty serious.
Yeah, that's interesting. And one thing I've noticed with this is no one's really coming out and talking on behalf of Diddy. There's no former friends talking. There's no victims. There's no lawyers. They must know something. I went to bed, Chris, thinking, am I going to wake up and P. Diddy's going to have been arrested? Do you think that that's imminent?
Probable cause is a standard to get search warrants. It's probable cause that the crime's been committed and evidence of that crime is at that location. So they're searching his home. So it wouldn't take a Mensa candidate to make the leap that that they're looking at him. These are his homes. And, they're obviously still in the investigative mode. They may have probable cause to do searches, but they apparently don't have probable cause to make an arrest at this point. I think they're going to have to go through their evidence, their devices. I'm sure they were looking for devices, things that are electronic, phones and that sort of thing. And they obviously had information about his mule because they went straight to him and arrested him while he was carrying, apparently. So there's, a lot of information goes into these search warrant affidavits. So I bet you there are some live sources that are reporting on him and they have some real information.
Yeah, you mentioned the alleged mule, Brandon Paul, who was arrested. I was wondering, did they take him and then while they've got him in, try to question him about this whole other massive investigation? Is that part of that arrest, do you think?
Could be a strategy.
Really quick, I want to state that shout out to Lil Rod for coming out about the situation. As we know, most of society tends to, crack little jokes or whatever about, sexual predators, not sexual predators, but I'm saying victims and things like that. It's often overlooked. Whereas the female victims, they definitely, get their respect and they deserve it. But so do the men as well. So I just wanted to state that.
Yes. I mean, you want to, as a general rule, you flip the mid-level people, the smaller, the lower level people that have information, and you want to get the whale, if there is one here.
Chris, do you think Diddy could be a flight risk? Because he's obviously got a lot of money. He's basically a billionaire at this point. He's got a jet. Do they have eyes on him right now? Do you think there's a concern that all of this could be happening and he's thinking, let me get somewhere where, you know, the U.S. doesn't have agreements and I can sort of ride this out?
Yeah, if they feel like this is leading to enough information to arrest him, which I think that's where this is headed, I would suspect they have him under surveillance and they're tracking him pretty closely. And to answer your question about flight risk, I would say he certainly has the means. He certainly has a passport, you know, because he goes to Antigua. He's got a jet. If the agents felt like they had enough probable cause or could get enough probable cause to detain him, right now he's free to go anywhere he wants.
Combs has been no stranger to controversy, especially as of late, having had several sexual assault allegations lodged against him in recent months. Late last year, Combs made headlines when performer Cassie Ventura filed a bombshell complaint against Combs, accusing him of some seriously heinous stuff. I'm including sex trafficking, rape, forcing her to take drugs, beating her, forcing to have sex with male prostitutes, as he recorded. The list goes on and on and on. And while that case actually settled out of court, there were several more individuals who came forward accusing Combs of similar acts. This includes 2 women who allege that Combs assaulted them in the early 90s, an unnamed Jane Doe who is alleging that Combs, along with his friends, raped her when she was 17 years old. And then you have a male recently filing a lawsuit claiming unwanted sexual harassment from Combs. Now, Diddy and his legal team additionally continue to deny all other claims against him, but this is big. This is huge, right?
Yes, it is huge in that really this isn't the start of an investigation. This is, I don't want to say the end of the investigation because clearly he's innocent until proven guilty, but this is a point at which there is more than enough to now bring in the federal authorities. So really this group that came in to conduct this investigation is HSI. So they're part of the Department of Homeland Security, and they are the investigative arm. So they're investigating really transnational crime, transnational syndicates, as well as sex trafficking. And it's my guess that that is why they were involved in this.
This was a warrant from the Southern District of New York. I want to pull up number 2 if we can. This is a source familiar with the situation told NBC that 3 women and 1 man have been interviewed in New York by federal authorities in connection to a probe involving sex trafficking, sexual assault, solicitation and distribution of illegal narcotics and firearms related to Combs, who's also known as Diddy, Puff Daddy, and P. Diddy. Now, I've read those prior lawsuits. A lot of that is very consistent. What are you taking away from what they're doing here?
Yeah, this is obviously looking into federal crimes. And this is an investigation that has definitely been put together meticulously, coordinated efforts in 2 different states coming out of the Southern District of New York. So this says that there's more, Jesse, than what we've read in civil complaints. That's not going to be enough for probable cause to go in, get a warrant, and conduct a raid. There's going to be those witness interviews, but my guess would be there's more than just that.
Tracy, I have to imagine this was not just they announced a raid or did a raid on a nice sunny day in both Miami and Los Angeles. The timing of this matters. Do you think it was they wanted to make sure, and by the way, we don't know if Combs is in custody or not, if he's not in the country or what. Why do you think they chose right now? What do you think they're looking for in the house right now?
So typically at the FBI, when we would do these simultaneous raids and conducted at really exactly the same time, was because we don't want evidence destroyed. We don't want people being tipped off. And it's my opinion, again, I'm just hypothesizing. I don't know the details, but it's my opinion that's why this was conducted simultaneously at exactly the same time. Because 100% of the time, that's why we did that at the FBI. And so really, I think this is about evidence destruction. Of course, I want him in custody if there's a warrant out for his arrest. But I think the preservation of that evidence was issue number 1 for this group.
There was, Misty, there was also information gathered. There were photographs in one of the prior lawsuits where Sean Combs is allegedly around underage girls. Tell me those lawsuits have some connection to this.
Well, I definitely think they could be a starting point for an investigation. They wouldn't be enough to move forward with this type of warrant. And I think Tracy's 100% right. Preservation of evidence is the key. But Jesse, one of those lawsuits, the most recent, which was brought by a male, alleged conduct in 2022 and 2023. That's very recent. There's time for that evidence to be collected and to serve as the basis for this warrant. And remember, in that lawsuit, a lot of photographs for reference, videos, something that, if turned over to authorities, could absolutely lead to this result, a raid on multiple properties. Whether or not there was criminal conduct is for the
I would imagine that there's all type politicians, everything involved in this situation or whatever. Probably some agents, right? Of the FBI, police, mayors, you know what I'm saying? All of it. Because for this man to move like this, I mean, the hotel has to be accountable for at least, like, why hide that video? They should have called the police, but instead they took $50,000 for the video. I think that's trash as well. But I digress.
the criminal side, the feds now to investigate and pursue.
These LA and Miami residences were raided by the feds. What this means is that they were able to obtain a search warrant from a federal judge. In order to get a search warrant, that means you have to have probable cause. So that means the feds presented to the judge evidence sufficient enough for the judge to believe there's probable cause that crimes have occurred inside of Diddy's LA or Miami home, or both. Or there's evidence that would be used to support proof of crime. So basically, it's likely that a federal indictment against Diddy could be coming any day now. Homeland Security has placed Sean Puffy Combs' sons, Christian and Justin, in handcuffs. Now, that's procedural. When you're executing a raid, you generally handcuff all the adults. However, the Homeland Security focuses on trafficking offenses. So that's likely the focus here. Also, most recent lawsuit filed by Rodney Jones.
Yeah, I'm aware of some of those, you know, terms that they use and groups and shit like that. If you remember, Belle, I used to be a pedophile poacher. So yeah, but it's sick how they go to like disguise certain things and move behind the scenes and shit, and then just sit in the public like they have, you know, nothing to do with anything. They're, you know, positive and they're doing good. Diddy is a piece of shit, like for real. And those that are with him too, because it's not only him. We're going to get into a little bit of that in a minute in the edit. You know, it's coming. Let's get back into it.
Accuses Justin Combs of being one of the people that also participated in the trafficking.
There was nothing subtle when federal agents conducted high-profile raids at two large properties in Los Angeles and Miami, owned by music mogul Sean Diddy.
Okay, we got Ben here with us. What's good, Ben?
Yo, what's good, Queen Strong? How you doing?
Well, I'm good. I'm good.
I was having some Wi-Fi issues earlier. Wasn't allowed to get on.
Okay.
I kept trying. Like, oh my goodness.
Okay. No,
but I'm watching the show. I'm watching the show.
All right, for sure. If you need me to stop it at any time, you already know the drill. Let me know.
Well, let me just say this real quick, Queen. That he really thought he got away with buying that tape for $50,000. You know, he thought he's so stupid. He thought he had the one and only copy.
Right.
He thought he had the one and only copy. Like whoever made the copy of that tape didn't make a duplicate.
Right. Exactly. Facts. Facts.
And you know,
how do you feel about the hotel? Do you feel like the hotel is in one way or another responsible for, you know, not bringing the tape to the police?
Right. They definitely dropped the ball there. But it goes back to these old little adages: what's in the dark will come to the light.
Yes, always.
You know, he really
no matter
thought that,
how long it is. Think about it. How long he's been rocking. How long been? I know you know about better than me. You know what I'm saying? How long he's been out there?
He's had a 30-something year run. You know, 30, 32, 33-year run or something. You know.
Sometimes it just takes a little time. You know, but it will definitely come out. Definitely. I cut you off. What were you saying also about the video? I'm sorry.
No, you didn't cut me off. I said he thought that he had the only copy. And those people at the college, I mean at the hotel, they were smart and said, hey, you know what? We'll make a couple of copies and we'll hold this one for the later expose, you know?
Right. Now,
Yeah.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the videotape was put into the lawsuit of Cassie, so she possibly had her own excuse me, her own copy, if I'm hearing right.
Well, the question is, how did CNN get a copy of it? You know what I mean? That's the question. So again,
I'm surprised it wasn't TMZ though, because they normally always the first, you know.
Oh no, they definitely put their reporters on it. But you know, you see this behavior. And we're gonna talk about it. Let it roll.
All right.
Diddy Combs raids that tonight his attorney calls a gross overuse of military-level force.
Oh, I think they wanted this to be a bit of a surprise. It's a big raid.
And what they were going in was to try to find all types of evidence. If it involves sex trafficking or drugs or weapons or other illegal behavior, it can easily go from a civil investigation to what we see now, a criminal investigation.
TMZ published video, it says, was after the raids began. It showed Combs walking around Opelika Airport near Miami. A short time later, at the same airport, Miami-Dade police arrested Brendan Paul for drug possession. Paul was described in a previous lawsuit as Diddy's mule, someone used to get drugs and guns.
So what Sean Combs needs to do is follow his lawyer's advice, which undoubtedly is not to talk to people, not try to hinder the investigation, and not try to flee.
Now, Diddy's lawyer calls the law enforcement action an unprecedented ambush. He says his client is innocent, and he emphasized that Combs was never detained. In fact, he cooperated and even spoke with investigators.
So y'all know how Jay-Z has been accused of cheating on Beyonce, well, umpteen times? Well, Diddy is now bringing some seriously interesting evidence about how Jay-Z allegedly unalives his mistresses to cover his tracks and avoid getting exposed. Now, y'all know how they say that misery loves company? Well, Diddy is proof that this saying is true, because word on the street says that he might be trying to take down his former bestie, Jay-Z. It appears that the bromance between these two men has soured, and it allegedly had to do with how Jay-Z has gone over and beyond to distance himself from Diddy because of the mess that Diddy currently found himself in. Now, for those of you who don't know, Jay-Z and Diddy have been besties since the 90s. They're so close that Jay-Z is the only person that Diddy allows to call him by his first name.
There's only one person. Oh, go on. And I call him Sean. That's Jay-Z. We call each other Sean. Okay. Yeah. Nobody else could call me Sean. He's the only person who's Sean approved. There's not a single person that outside of family. That should be outside of my mother. Okay, that should be calling me. Yeah, they should be calling me Sean.
Yeah. Now, we should have saw this coming, because after Cassie fueled the first lawsuit against Diddy, Jaguar Wright made a bold claim about how Jay-Z was the true villain that everybody thought that Diddy was. She went on to claim that Jay-Z allegedly has a lot of skeletons in his closet, and he's been super smart and knows how to cover his tracks, and that's why he had never gotten exposed or sued like Diddy, who had been sloppy.
Sean Carter is worse.
Uh-oh. Oh, man.
He's smarter. He's patient. He's not sloppy. This pussy been lining up people he calls friends and stepping to the side while they get hit by the guillotine for 30 fucking years.
Now, Jaguar Wright also had something interesting to say about Jay-Z's relationship with Diddy, and she hinted that there might have been some funny business going on between the two of them.
Camaraderie with Honeycomb and aka Diddy. And
why do you give him the honeycombs? Why do you give him honeycombs?
Because he smacks so sweet. That fucking.
Ben, I want to ask you a question.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
How do you feel about Jaguar Wright? Before we continue,
Jaguar Wright kind of reminds me of me somewhat, as far as telling the story, and it's like there's so much truth there because she was there, and I don't think that somebody's going to sit up here and lie the way she's telling these stories took place. The word that I'm looking for is conviction. There's too much conviction in her stories that make it to be a lie. Like she's telling some shit that really happened, and if you didn't see that video, it was still a 50-50 thing, but that video, after he clearly got up there and screamed, "Nah, I don't do this, I don't do that, never, never," not knowing that video was on its way, he was trying to make her non-credible, but that video dispels everything. You're a monster. You know what I mean? You're a monster.
Why would you think that Jaguar Wright has not been unalived yet? We know that, there's allegations that Diddy has possibly unalived Kim Porter, and done things to other people. And there may be some that we don't know about. There's the woman that got shot at the club that she says that he shot her.
Yeah.
So why, and I don't want Jaguar Wright to be unalived. You feel what I'm saying? But what kind of moves do you think that she possibly makes that protects her? I know that she did have a lot of run-ins with the police, and that is what the industry will do. They'll try to arrest you to make you uncredible. I'm talking about in the elite world and shit. Like we've seen Cat Williams, right? They call him crazy, say that he's on drugs. He may be a little bit, but I digress. What do you think?
No, I mean, I think again, she's telling the truth. She's just sitting down. She's not out and about in all of these places and whatnot. You know, she's behind that camera telling her truth, and they can't get to her. You know what I mean? That's why she's still here, because she's sitting down. You know, now if she was out and about at every shindig and what have you, there's no telling what could happen. But for the most part, when you look at, does she have social media?
Yeah, she's vocal. She does interviews, all that. But Unseen said they're trying to make her crazy. And a lot of the times that's what they'll do as well. They'll discredit the person, like I was saying before, and then all of a sudden the person is found, you know, in a random car accident, some weird, you know, death behind them or whatever, and people just kind of sweep over it.
And then
You know what I'm saying? So,
the other side to that is that, you know, you got the protectors that's out to get him as well, you know, because all of a sudden, you know, here comes his downfall. So he didn't piss somebody off that was way more powerful than his protectors. So they said, hey, you know what? They probably said, let Jaguar go. You know, that's they little ace up the sleeve, you know.
Right.
Ace
I'm glad that she does speak out. I've documented some of the things that she said in the past, I believe on other channels that are still up. But I do, you know, salute her. That wasn't no shade or nothing. It's just, you know, with everything, like the other stuff that's in this video. And again, this isn't even everything. You feel what I'm saying?
Right,
Because we
right.
would have been here till 9 in the morning for
Oh,
real.
yeah.
Because I got some shit, okay? Period. But you know, that people may or may not have seen. But it's always interesting to, you know, see a piece together in the edit. So I agree with you. I agree with you. And I salute her speaking up, because the more people that we have, the better, you know, that we can get these type of people off the street.
Now remember, she was talking about it maybe a year or two in advance on all her podcasts and stuff about how corrupt this dude is. And it was just, I guess, clickbait for most people. Nobody really took it serious. Thought she was just telling stories or whatever. But like I said, this video changed the game, changed the narrative. Shows who you really are. So now it brings that much more truth to her entire story. You know, no, this guy is not no saint. No, he's not no role model. You're a damn woman beater, you know?
Right.
Straight up.
Yo, Tony as well. She does spill tea. She be going in. Shout out to everybody in the chat and everybody that's talking out in this Diddy situation. Again, there is some things that got left out, like, you know, new information that came out. This is all the way up to Diddy's apology, just to let y'all know. So, you know, we got a lot to still go over. But Ben, are you done for now, or
Yeah, go ahead, let it ride.
I'm not rushing you at all. I'm just saying.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Try to manage time a little bit. You know what I'm
Got
saying?
you. Let it ride.
Jay-Z has not only been cheating on Beyonce, but also how he's been allegedly trying to unalive his mistresses to cover his tracks. Now, Jay-Z has a very long string of confirmed and alleged mistresses, but the crazy story has to do with a woman named Kathy White, because she mysteriously ended up dead just when she was about to spill the tea on their affair. Jay-Z has been rumored over the years to have allegedly unalived Kathy to hide the fact that he was allegedly cheating on Beyonce with her. But buckle up, because the story is wild. Kathy found herself in a very tough spot as one of Jay-Z's alleged mistresses, and her story took a dark turn with some seriously shady and mysterious circumstances. What adds fuel to the fire is that her passing coincided with Beyonce's pregnancy with Jay-Z. Yeah, you know, the pregnancy where their people were thinking that she was faking being pregnant with the folded belly and all that. Yeah, that's enough to raise anybody's eyebrows. But to make things even sketchier, Kathy reportedly reached out to a reporter hinting at an interview where she'd spilled tea about her affair with Jay-Z. And you can bet Jay-Z wouldn't have wanted that type of gossip out in the open. Rumors linking Kathy and Jay-Z started swirling when they were spotted together at a nightclub with one of Jay-Z's closest friends, who happened to be, wait for it, none other than Diddy himself. According to reports, Jay-Z and Kathy were reportedly involved before he even started dating Beyonce. Now, do you remember Jason Lee and his recent threats to reveal some damaging information about Beyonce? Well, Diddy is now suggesting that this might be connected to Kathy's untimely passing. Why? Because Kathy and Jason Lee were tight buddies, and Jason was the first to spill the tea about the affair. But let's rewind to the affair itself. After Jason leaked the news about the affair, The tabloids and bloggers wasted no time in reaching out to Kathy, hoping she'd dish out the details, and she even gave Jay-Z a heads up that she was ready to go public. Well, just a few days later, Beyonce dropped the bombshell that she was expecting Blue Ivy, and in what seems to be a twist of fate, photos of Jay-Z, Kathy, and Diddy were surfaced online shortly after, seemingly confirming the affair. According to Diddy, he believes that Kathy may have orchestrated the leak as payback for Jay-Z blindsiding her with a baby announcement. But shockingly, she passed away less than 24 hours after the photos hit the internet. Talk about some seriously suspicious timing. But adding to the intrigue, Kathy's social media accounts disappeared after her passing as well, leading to speculation that she might have been silenced. However, there's been no concrete evidence to support these claims. Going from a physical injury to an aneurysm, that's definitely suspicious. Now, the fact that the autopsy results were never made public only deepens the mystery surrounding Kathy's death. Like there's a thick veil of secrecy surrounding the whole ordeal, and Diddy allegedly believes that there's a cover-up and that Jay-Z might be behind it. Allegedly.
Yeah, tell him stop bringing all the minors over here late at night. I live right next to him. He do too much. He be like buses, like big ass buses. You just see all type of shit hop out. Especially at nighttime, like around 3 o'clock in the morning. It gets wild. I'm his neighbor. When my basketball go over there, I just let it be because I don't want to knock on the door.
Yeah.
I know that you guys are somewhat
no comment.
friendly.
No. I mean, I didn't say no. Yeah. I know Diddy 30 years. I'm just praying. It's a very sad situation. I don't know enough about it. As far as I could go. I stood up last night, maybe 4 hours praying for him and his kids. His kids, I know them all their life. So, I'm just praying for everybody.
Have you had a chance to talk to him at all since this has been?
Nah, very sad occasion. No.
What about
I know what you guys know.
Yeah.
All of these big deviants is all catching hell in 2024. It's up for all of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is. All lies will be exposed. That's all. Period. All of these big deviants is all catching hell in 2024. It's up for all of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is. TG Jakes, any of them. All lies will be exposed. That's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way.
Jones says he has lots of video footage showing Diddy and his close friends doing bad things. The lawsuit talks about events that Diddy hosted where Jones and other workers were present. Allegedly, they were given things and drinks as directed by Diddy. Around August 2022, Jones got a request from Combs to make some tracks for an album called The Love Album Off the Grid. Agreeing to it, Jones' life changed a lot between September 2022 and November 2023. During this time, he made 9 tracks for Combs' Love album. He ended up spending a lot of time away from his home, missing important moments with his family and holidays. He stayed at Combs' homes in Los Angeles, New York City, and Miami, and even spent weeks on a yacht in the U.S. Virgin Islands that Combs rented. While working with Combs, Jones got to experience a lot more than just making music. The lawsuit is backed up by evidence from witnesses, videos, audio recordings, and photos that Jones has. According to Jones, Combs often asked him to record things, sometimes taking Jones's phone to record himself. This resulted in Jones having a lot of videos and audio recordings showing Combs, his team, and guests doing serious things. Jones says he has proof of drug use, distributing drugs, and even handling illegal weapons. Additionally, Combs is accused of giving alcohol mixed with substances to staff across his properties, with his chief of staff, Christina Coram KK, being instructed to get him things he wanted. The lawsuit also says that Combs planned to use his connection with Bishop T.D. Jakes to lessen the public's negative reaction to what was going on. There are other serious claims too, including harassment by Cuba Gooding Jr., and the involvement of a rapper from Philadelphia and an R&B singer in illegal activities at Combs' properties. Jones also says that Combs took advantage of his influence and Jones's admiration for Stevie J to make him do things he didn't want to do. Diddy's dealings with Mr. Jones took a troubling turn. Diddy's interactions with Jones varied, swinging between making big promises and issuing serious threats. Diddy's threats became increasingly scary, even going as far as threatening to harm Jones physically in horrifying ways. He even threatened Jones's mother, Janice Combs. This indicates he wouldn't hesitate to hurt Jones if needed. The lawsuit suggests that well-known rapper Meek Mill and popular R&B artist Usher are involved in the allegations. They paint a darker picture of Diddy, adding to the growing list of allegations against him. These new accusations suggest a pattern of behavior that doesn't just affect women, but also extends to those in his professional circle. According to the lawsuit, Diddy had control over Cassie's life, from her career to her personal matters. He even had access to her medical records, and would tell her how to live her life. Cassie's claims of physical harm and the fear that stopped her from seeking help show how serious her allegations are. He would threaten her career and personal safety to keep her under his control. Cassie also accused Diddy of involving her in his questionable activities, like carrying firearms for him. A particularly violent incident in 2009, where Diddy allegedly assaulted Cassie for talking to another industry professional, shows just how much harm she endured. The lawsuit also brings up Diddy's past interactions with other celebrities. Figures like 50 Cent and Cat Williams have been vocal about what they've observed, adding complexity to Diddy's public image. As legal and public scrutiny on Diddy intensifies, people in the entertainment community and fans are thinking about what these allegations mean for his career and legacy. Cat Williams is stirring things up with some explosive claims, suggesting that Diddy and Kevin Hart might have been involved in questionable actions, especially regarding the scandal involving Usher. Despite the public seeing Diddy and Kevin Hart as close friends, Cat suggests there might be hidden aspects to their friendship that we don't know about. Cat is hinting at potential secrets within their bond, suggesting involvement in unsavory activities possibly linked to the controversies surrounding Usher. Cat Williams, known for his outspoken commentary on celebrity culture, is leaving no stone unturned. Cat didn't directly accuse Kevin Hart or Diddy of anything, but he hinted at there being deeper secrets within the showbiz world involving them. Cat has been known for speaking out against the dark side of the industry for a while now. He's even turned down big money offers to stick to his principles. He claims to have turned down a significant offer from Diddy himself, implying he has evidence to support his accusations against the music mogul. This adds to the growing number of voices speaking out against him. Alongside this, the mysterious death of Kim Porter, Diddy's ex-partner and mother of his children, raises troubling questions about the dangers associated with being in Diddy's inner circle. Many people speculate and express concern about the circumstances surrounding Porter's passing. Gene Deal, who once worked as a bodyguard for Diddy, shared insights into Kim Porter's relationship with Diddy. According to those close to the situation, there was a period where Diddy treated Kim harshly, culminating in an incident where Kim allegedly suffered a broken nose during a conflict with Diddy. This incident reportedly happened after Diddy invited her to a yacht under suspicion that she was interacting with another man, leading to a heated argument and the reported injury. Diddy, worried about the public seeing Kim's injuries, supposedly arranged for a plastic surgeon to discreetly treat her, and made sure she stayed hidden in a hotel during her recovery. There were rumors that Kim was considering writing a tell-all book about her life with Diddy. Such a book could significantly harm Diddy's public image and possibly lead to legal trouble for him. This gave him a strong reason to try to stop the book from being published. Gene Deal, Diddy's bodyguard, added to the speculation by sharing a story about Diddy and Ja Rule in a hotel room, which only added fuel to the rumors about Diddy's private life.
Puff and Ja Rule runs out the room. Puff got his towel, Ja grabbing his towel, but they butt the naked. Puff looked at Ja. He said, yo, Ja said, you ain't want to go in that room. There's a lot of freaking going on.
Additionally, 50 Cent has suggested that Diddy's parties are more scandalous than people might think. There are rumors swirling about Kevin's potential involvement in some of Diddy's past scandals, particularly those involving Usher in the 90s. Speculation suggests that Diddy might have exposed Usher to a sexually transmitted disease during his time at Diddy's New York home. Usher hinted at witnessing shocking scenes while living with Diddy in an interview with Howard Stern. Additionally, there's a circulating video online showing Diddy, Usher, and Kevin Hart together. During a conversation, Diddy made a suggestive comment about their shared morning routines, hinting that they might have shared more than just living spaces. Kevin quickly changed the subject, deflecting from this uncomfortable topic. Williams theorizes that Diddy and Hart could have engaged in activities that directly or indirectly tie back to the controversy surrounding Usher, with Diddy possibly using his influence to boost Hart's career in the entertainment industry. Cat claims that Diddy's manipulative influence reached out to other artists too, pushing them into compromising situations that go against their principles. Justin Bieber found himself drawn into Diddy's circle under circumstances that many now view as concerning. The connection was facilitated by Scooter, who introduced Bieber to Usher and subsequently to Diddy. The nature of Diddy's promises to Bieber, including extravagant gifts like a Ferrari and a mansion for his 18th birthday, has raised questions due to Diddy's history of financial disputes with other artists. This has sparked widespread speculation about the nature of their relationship and why a parent would allow such a potentially influential figure to be involved with their child. Speculation has also arisen that Diddy could have played a role in Bieber's struggles with substance AB. This speculation is particularly significant when compared to past accusations made by Cassie and Bieber's own public admissions about his addiction issues, which emerged amidst the pressures of early fame. This has raised questions about the extent of Diddy's influence on Bieber's earlier challenges.
Justin, you ever seen the movie 48 Hours? Right now, he's having 48 hours with Diddy, him and his boy. They're having the times of their lives, like you know, where we hanging out and what we doing. We can't really disclose, but
You know, where we hanging out and what we doing, we can't really disclose, but
you know, where we hanging out and what we doing, we can't really disclose, but it's definitely a 15-year-old's dream. You know,
It sounds like he was at Epstein Island.
What'd you say?
I said it sounds like he was at Epstein's Island. You know, where we at,
Very
what we doing.
possibly. Yup, exactly. And who just like takes somebody's child and then like, oh, I'm not going to disclose where we're at or what we're doing. Like, where was these children's parents, you know, in the beginning anyway? Like, I get it. You want your child to, you know, get their money on, use their talent and shit like that. But this is like, in my opinion, on their part, a form of sex trafficking as well. Because who just unleashes their child on just some, you know, celebrity dude or woman or whoever it is? Go ahead, Ben.
The parents that's looking for that money,
Right.
you know, and don't care. In fact, that's what they had the kids for, to pimp them in that capacity, like how Gary Coleman got pimped. You know, you see how bitter he was, you know, about his parents. Like he was like, my parents spent all my money. He made a couple of million back in the 80s, you know.
Right. You know, recently my daughter was, you know, she's in these programs for basketball and shit like that. Like I said, they're already looking at her for college. And she got an offer to play in Spain next year, you know, for the summer. And I was like, you know, to her, I told her, like, this is awesome. It's amazing. But if somebody can't be there with you every step of the way, then you're not going to be able to go.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that is what needs to be done in these situations. If you, as a parent, cannot be there, or somebody responsible for this child's safety cannot be there, do not unleash your children into anybody's arms. I don't care how much money they got or how promising they can make your child's future or whatever. It's ridiculous. It's sad. And we keep seeing stories like it. Just like in R. Kelly's situation. I fought the parents in that as well.
Yeah.
You know?
Same thing.
These allegations been going on for a while and things like that, you know, with just the industry shit, period. Why are people just forking over their children? It's sad. What
And
were you saying?
you know, I say, you know, it's a connection between the R. Kelly behavior and Sean Combs' behavior. You know, there's a connection, an industry connection at that. They was doing the same thing.
Right.
You know, everybody knew about R. Kelly, was just keeping it quiet because that's what they signed up for.
Yeah.
Yeah, let it play.
All right.
Given custody of him. You know, he signed to Usher. I had legal guardianship of Usher when you know he did his first album. I did Usher's first album.
You know, I have been given custody of him. You know, he signed to Usher. I had legal guardianship of Usher when you know he did his first album. I did Usher's first album.
You know.
No, and that also is crazy to me that somebody would just not only just allow their child to go to somebody's house in an undisclosed area, but also sign their child over. Like, what is going on here? I digress.
I have been given custody of him. You know, he signed to Usher. I had legal guardianship of Usher when you know he did his first album. I did Usher's first album. I don't have legal guardianship of him, but for the next 48 hours, he's with me. So and we gonna go full.
Puff looks like he's like some shit like polite and shit. You know how he looked like he, you know, his parents was from Africa. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, he do not look like he's, you know, he's got generations in America. He never did to me. He kind of gives me, okay, because where I live at, it's a lot of Somalians. And recently, how his face is shaped, he don't have like the Somalian forehead, but he definitely has like the facial structure to me. Now, I might be off, you know, but it's something there. I don't think he's, you know, from America like his people.
Well, for me, he looks like Polite in the sense that he is what Polite wanted to be, a successful creep, you know, to where he made it, and on camera he's talking this one lovely story. Oh, it's all about love and positivity and so forth, so on. But then off that camera, you see the monster that he really is, you know? And that's why I see a similarity in terms of how they look on camera. You know, one just made it and the other one was aspiring, you know?
Yeah. And did you see in the community tab the picture of Polite and Diddy?
Yeah,
Ben? Yeah, that
Oh yeah,
shit's
I saw that.
crazy.
Yeah.
Shit's
That was his
crazy as
idol.
hell.
That was his idol, and now you see why.
And I wonder how deep it goes with Polite because, you know, Polite was allegedly connected to Foxy Brown. Foxy Brown was over there on that side, correct?
Yeah, I don't think she was with Bad Boy though, but she's
Okay.
definitely an industry chick, you know.
I mean,
Know some stories.
I wouldn't be surprised if the way that Polite was, you know, clout chasing and shit like that, if he made his way in one of them Diddy parties.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
You know,
I wouldn't be surprised.
You ready?
Yeah, let it play.
Up full crazy.
I would testify to everything if I was told to. I'm not gonna sit there and wait in jail for him. Nah.
Diddy's World subpoenaed. Who is next? The disgraced billionaire hip-hop mogul and Democrat Party community organizer was spotted for the first time since having his homes raided in a major sex trafficking investigation, similar to Jeffrey Epstein's, they say.
Similar to Jeffrey Epstein's, they say?
Similar to Jeffrey Epstein's, they say.
Diddy was seen swinging clubs at a Top Golf in Miami with his daughters. He may look relaxed, but behind the scenes, there's panic. TMZ reporting tonight that the federal case against him is expanding as prosecutors from the Southern District of New York have been dishing out subpoenas to multiple corporations tied to the mogul, like cell phone providers and computer companies. At the same time, Diddy's been unloading his assets. Now, sources say even commercial airlines will be subpoenaed, possibly the FAA, as investigators look for anyone who flew on Diddy's dime. They're not only looking for victims, they're looking for witnesses, people with unfettered access to Diddy's alleged crimes and freak-off parties. Some inside of Diddy's World have already started talking. Diddy's former bodyguard says he'll go on the stand.
I would testify to everything if I was told to. You know, if I was brought in to testify against that. You understand? I'm not going to sit there and wait in jail for him. Nah, I wouldn't do that.
So you don't have no problem testifying?
I have no problem sitting in the court of law, doing my due diligence.
Others have begun to back up some of the allegations in Diddy's former producer, Rodney Lil Rod Jones's lawsuit. Lil Rod alleged Diddy's the one who pulled the trigger in the New York City nightclub shooting in '99, the one his prodigy Shine took the fall for. He even bragged about shooting people. The woman shot in the face, now speaking out.
How can you be sure that it was actually P. Diddy?
I looked straight forward ahead and I watched the muzzle flash from both of their guns and I felt the impact to my face instantly.
Wow.
There's no doubt in my mind who shot.
With subpoenas raining down, Diddy's inner circle's getting squeezed. His alleged drug mule's already been handcuffed. Diddy's ex-girlfriend, Young Miami, who allegedly transported his pink cocaine on private jets, she's feeling the heat. Feds seized all of Diddy's surveillance footage, in addition to hard drives and phones. They want to know who was in and out of Diddy's planes and his homes. As Lil Rod's lawsuit alleges, they weren't just up-and-coming artists. These were celebrities, politicians, athletes, international dignitaries, and music label executives, all captured on camera in Diddy's compounds. CEOs from Universal Records to Motown Records allegedly sponsored these parties filled with sex workers, underage girls, and laced drinks. Lil Rod says Diddy had compromising footage of every person at his freak-off parties. Diddy's ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, claimed in a lawsuit that sometimes Diddy would be in the room and use his phone, laptop, and tablet to film these freak-offs, even adjusting the candles for better lighting. What happened at these parties stayed at these parties.
Why didn't you stay late, like after hours? It didn't get crazy after that, or what?
I don't know what goes on after hours, but
He wasn't trying to find out.
I wasn't trying to find out. You know, I know my place. I know my place.
The freak-off parties were a perfect place for feds.
You also have those
celebrity environments where celebrities all get together, and there's so many of them, you know, in these wild parties. And if you got a wild party and P. Diddy puts on that wild party and, you know, he sets everybody up. Like if you were an intelligence agent, you know, like a Jeffrey Epstein type deal, that'd be the way to do it. Big old crazy party, get everybody loose.
And get the cameras
Get them the
rolling.
yayo. Get them the yayo.
And everything else.
Get them everything you need. Get fired up. Get those cameras rolling. And now you got everybody under wraps.
People don't realize this, brother. First and foremost, Puff has been dodging the legal system for years. Puff being, and this is documented, Puff.
Oh, I really just want to stop this for a second. Now that we're talking about, I believe it's the baby. He was wearing a diaper, and I think it's a Doja Cat. I don't know. It's some girl, and she was like, does she like to eat poop? I got the clip somewhere. I'm just trying to find it for a future edit, because if I'm gonna look into this Diddy thing on an ongoing basis, we finna look at all of the shit. I don't give a fuck. Like, it's some sick ass shit. That nigga was wearing a diaper, and why would you wear a diaper unless you wanted to like conserve your poop so you could eat it on a later basis? Like, I've already exposed like spirit cooking, all of that shit far as the elites on Queenstone Live. Those videos can't be up though because YouTube does not support that type of content. I guess the way that I was bringing it back then. So they're down, but they will be back up on another site shortly.
Being a CI for an FBI agent, they was taking some papers up to the FBI, so like when they was here in New York. They was taking paperwork up there and stuff like that. Don't know what it was, but later on found out that he was a CI.
If Diddy was an FBI informant, it explains why he was giving a pass to wreak havoc, according to his producer's lawsuit. What Diddy wanted, Diddy got.
Savage! I'm a savage! Oh! I'm a savage! Whatever I want, I'm going to get! Whatever I want, I have to get!
All while he was cozying up to Hollywood figures like Harvey Weinstein and becoming a major voice in the Democratic Party with his vote or die campaigns for Kerry, Barack, Hillary, Biden, getting souls to the polls. For 2 decades, Diddy thought he was untouchable. But now he's had his house raided, tapes confiscated, and the feds are zeroing in on his flight records.
I tell you what, Puffy, your life is in danger because you know the secrets, who's involved in that little secret room you guys participating in. So, you know they're going to get you if they can.
I have learned from sources that investigators have found several weapons inside his homes. Several. They also have found videos. It's been reported that Diddy has collected images of people in
Now, when you see this raid footage and shit, I believe it was Stevie J or somebody said that they tore his house up. No, the fuck they did not. This is not tearing his house up. A normal raid, all this shit would have been on the floor. TVs would have been dismantled, all that shit. Like, stop playing. Where I'm from, they'll take the back off your TV and all that.
Compromising situations at his residences. TMZ now obtained this video inside his home in Los Angeles after the raid by federal agents. It's reported that Diddy is the target of a sex trafficking investigation that comes after he was hit with a wave of civil lawsuits alleging sexual assault and trafficking. Sources tell me he's trying to avoid the paparazzi, and they're telling me he will not be arrested soon. Former NYPD Detective Derek Parker, known as the Hip Hop Cop, is joining me now with his thoughts on how this plays out. So you know Diddy, right?
Yes.
In what way?
Back in the 90s, I was assigned to the NYPD. I was the Hip Hop Cop back then, so I had to assist in arresting him in several instances where there were some crimes committed.
What were those arrests for?
One was the Club New York shooting. He was with J-Lo at the time, and the other one was the Steve Stout assault that happened with MTV.
Right. Okay. So I have some exclusive information which you just heard. The fact, if it's true, that they found a lot of weapons at his homes. What do you think this could mean?
Well, what happens here is that the federal government started a case with him. Apparently, the search warrant that had his houses in Miami and LA was pre-planned already. They knew they were going to do that. So they have a much bigger case. Right now with the guns, they're going to check them. They're going to trace them, see if they were used in any crimes. They're going to go over anything about cooperators that are cooperating with them. They're going to be talking to a lot of people about certain criminal acts that he might have committed, and then go from there.
And what about the videos?
Well, they're going to sift through those videos. They're going to look at them and then see if there's any criminality on those videos, and then they'll go from there. It's not looking that great. Right now, I know that he has higher powered attorneys, and with all these allegations that are coming out against him and against other.
His hair is wild as hell if you look at it. Like, he got this little patch right here, but it's like none on the top. Like, I wonder what he was doing, but
a lot of people are starting to be very nervous about what's going on.
When you arrested Diddy back in the day, what kind of interaction did you have with him?
More professional. I mean, he knew who I was. I knew who he was. And whenever he got into trouble, it was like I was like his detective. So, you know, I always had to come to the precinct of whatever happened, and then to deal with him, to make sure that everything was good with the detectives there and then everything else going on.
Now, I just want to ask a question, because the other lady came out already and stated that she got shot in the nose by Puffy. If he was overseeing a lot of it, why, if he's not involved to some degree, right? Did Puffy ever even get off on this anyway? I mean, he had a dedicated detective to his cases. Why isn't this detective like up in his ass at the time? Ben, do you want to weigh in on maybe how, you know, because I believe he said New York detective?
Yeah, I mean, it's like we were saying earlier that the guy's protected. You know, he definitely had some, because you got to remember, you know, this falls into the realm of consciousness as well, because the ploy to use Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, was to keep us further unconscious. You know what I mean? Like, as good as
Like
music.
somebody else we know.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same behavior. It's the same behavior, but you know,
On a different level.
Oh yeah.
Could you imagine the other person getting all this, you know, fame and notoriety, how that would turn out? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the same type of characteristics. Want to be known for everything that you're not doing. You know, you want to be known for everything that you did not do, but don't want to be known for the things that you do.
Facts.
You know, and that's the same character, same exact character. But no, the guy just had a lot of protection, and at the time he was getting away with it, it was because his backers were loving the job that he was doing on us. You know, all of these jingles, all of these songs with these catchy melodies for decades, and it put us into a complete party mode. You know, growing up in the '90s, listening to bad boy music, you know, a lot of good acts, a lot of good artists, and the music kept us in a trance. That was the time we was really supposed to be getting active and busy politically, you know, culturally. We was totally off. And he was one
That's
of the main
why I think he
contributors.
was dancing around in them videos like that, in the video background that looked like a cheese grater, because he was trying to hypnotize us. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah,
Because
yeah.
why else would he? Like, Suge Knight had a point. He's dancing all around and trying to make the shit all about him. Like, nigga, it is about the talent, not about you. Like, I never liked his music. I always thought he was like creepy, corny. I did always feel also that he wasn't really who he portrayed on camera. I knew he was involved. You know, all elite is involved in some crazy shit, but I would have never just imagined all of these details coming out. However, I'm not surprised, really, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But it is a cool, fresh breath air, whatever the fuck that phrase is, right?
Yeah, a breath of fresh air. Mhm.
Fresh air. Yep, for real. But yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
let it play. Let it play.
All right.
We should mention that Diddy has denied any wrongdoing. As of right now, he's saying he had nothing to do with anything. So
Right now, it's just an investigation.
Right.
We should mention that Diddy has denied any wrongdoing. As of right now, he's saying he had nothing to do with anything. So
Right now, it's just an investigation.
Right.
We should mention that Diddy has denied any wrongdoing.
As of right now, he's saying he had nothing to do with anything. So
Right now, it's just an investigation.
Right.
But it seems like all of this came to light after his ex-girlfriend Cassie alleged that she was in a very abusive relationship with him.
That accelerated things. I mean, his settlement with her and other criminal acts that she alleged have happened, and then other people started coming forward. So it's like a house of cards.
Yeah, and I think there's several people right now that are alleging that they were in allegedly compromising positions at Diddy's house.
Yes.
Being forced to do things that they didn't want to do.
There are a lot of things that are coming out right now, and what's going to happen is that the government's going to go through all of these things that they have uncovered, and they're going to see if there's any criminality. If any charges are to be brought, they will bring them later.
But apparently TMZ is reporting that Suge Knight, who's in prison right now, right?
He's in prison, yes, he's in jail. For he ran over an individual in Los Angeles and he committed a homicide.
Okay. TMZ is reporting that Suge Knight has said to Diddy right now, your life is in danger.
Yes, because of everything that's going on right now, there's probably a lot of people that are upset about what's going on. And then, you know, even yesterday, I started seeing things online where people are starting to make threats towards 50 and Diddy is starting to go back. And this is how it starts in hip hop. It starts right on social media and then it goes into the streets.
Right? There was a lot of that.
Back in the days, you had diss records where people would just do diss records and one rapper would talk about the other rapper. Now they go to clubs and places and this is where they meet. And then there's always collateral damage.
I didn't realize like there was this Camp Diddy. We're hearing that Usher, when he was a young man just starting in the business, he went to Diddy's house for an extended period of time. Even Justin Bieber was brought there. I think he was 15 years old. And now we're kind of looking at their interviews that they gave years ago about being at Diddy's house and what transpired. We're looking at it differently.
Well, they are because they were young men at the time. So with all the sex trafficking allegations that are out right now, this is what everybody's looking at. They're looking at the past and the present. Well, the government is building their case. Apparently what they're doing is they're going through all the witnesses or cooperators that they have, all the evidence that they've uncovered, and they're going to see if there's any charges that are going to be brought up. But you'll see something happening very soon. This is not over.
I was about to say, and the Southern District of New York?
And that's one of the most prestigious districts. I just testified in the Eastern District about a month ago, so I know.
So you know these guys don't fool around.
No, they don't fool around.
I saw another video. Victor said, I recently saw a Biggie video with a trans in the men's bathroom. I also saw another video on TikTok where in one of Biggie's videos when they was on the boat, I forgot the video or whatever, but towards the end, there's this like person that looks like a man, but it has like titties or whatever. It definitely has a 5 o'clock shadow and all type of shit. It's built like a man. Now, my man said that was, I forgot who he said it was, but she was shaped like a boy or whatever. So I don't know. It's definitely interesting. For years, they've said that they involve, you know, the trans community in videos, you know, from the music industry.
Around it all.
Tarek Parker, thank you so much for being here. The hip hop cop weighing in this morning on the Diddy investigation. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Okay.
Growing up, you know, I was around so much, you know, between the music business and, I mean, everything. But like, I was sitting back, you know, gaining all that knowledge.
2020, but I can't see 20, but I can't see
Dallas. Play whatever you want to play, baby. Just looking at my beautiful son. Boy, you's a beautiful black king.
In June last year, Diddy's stepson Quincy Brown celebrated a milestone birthday and rang in another year around the sun in an epic fashion. The actor was the guest of honor at a star-studded Dirty 30th soiree held at a swanky Beverly Hills estate hosted by his rap mogul stepfather. In Diddy's household, partying, booze, and girls and men are the order of the day. And Quincy grew up in the full glare of his dad's epic party life, something that he claims ruined his childhood. During Quincy's previous celebration, it was revealed that the birthday bash was like none other, with robots performing on trampolines, a dance-off with Chris Brown, food trucks, and a special video from The Rock. Quincy knows that he grew up under extraordinary circumstances. Speaking with people about the new Paramount Plus series Family Legacy, narrated by the rapper, who also appears with brothers Christian King Combs and Justin Dior Combs to talk about their dad, Sean Diddy Combs. The budding artist says witnessing the hard work his whole life has been inspiring. I think I've been a sponge, and now I do so much, he tells of Diddy, whom he met as a child when the producer began dating late model Kim Porter. While admitting publicly that he has had a soft life, behind the scenes, the eldest son to music producer Al B sure claims what he witnessed in Diddy's household as a child took away his innocence. While admitting publicly that he has had a soft life behind the scenes, the eldest son to music producer Al B sure claims what he witnessed in Diddy's household as a child took away his innocence.
While admitting publicly that he has had a soft life behind the scenes, the eldest son to music producer Al B sure claims what he witnessed in Diddy's household as a child took away his innocence.
Though Quincy split his time between sides of his family in New York and Georgia as a kid, he got the full experience of growing up under the hip-hop mogul's wing. The 32-year-old is also interested in ushering new talent into the industry, with sights set on his 16-year-old twin sisters, Delilah Starr and Jessie James, whom he features in the video for his latest single, Face Off.
Good morning. Can I help? Yes. What are y'all doing?
We don't need no contracts, no paper, but I'm my sister's manager, he laughs. I'm like the uncle, dad, manager, protector. I'm claiming it. I want to be able to really guide them. I want them to really know the layers of everything you can do. They've expressed to me their passions where they see themselves. So I'm kind of bringing them along on my ride a little bit because in a minute, it's going to springboard into their own journey. Quincy is trying to protect his younger siblings from what he and his elder brother witnessed as kids. Quincy is trying to protect his younger siblings from what he and his elder brother witnessed as kids.
Quincy is trying to protect his younger siblings from what he and his elder brother witnessed as kids.
The sultry everyday parties hosted by their dad. The singer also revealed that welcoming baby sister Love Sean, now 7 months to the family, has been incredible. Porter died of pneumonia in 2018 at the age of 47. What young Quincy claims to have witnessed in Diddy's house has been confirmed by several sources, including Usher. The multi-platinum selling recording artist visited the Howard Stern Sirius XM show in 2016 and spoke about his early career with Bad Boy, attending Puffy Camp, the upcoming Hands of Stone film, and much more.
And I lived with Sean Puffy Combs for a year.
That's the crazy thing. Now, that was L.A. Reid's idea, right? We're sending you
New
over
York
to something
City.
called Puffy Flavor Camp.
There you go.
The legendary singer told Stern that he went to Puffy's Flavor Camp, which was how he would learn to become a star.
Place was like just filled with chicks and orgy.
Initially, Puffy brought a bunch of women into a room with 14-year-old Usher to see if he would become nervous. Usher said that he won that battle. He also revealed that he was a 14-year-old kid singing about sex when he had never had sex at that point in his life. And he also spoke about talking to Jay-Z, who was quoting lyrics from Usher's first album. During his stay at Diddy's house, Usher has allegedly revealed that he witnessed parties, and there are rumors that he is a victim of such parties himself. Recently, a TikTok video was released that featured interviews of rappers and singers speaking about Puff Daddy's crazy and reported all-men parties in different interviews and questions about the rapper's sexuality.
So I followed him the whole time. I remember watching Puff at the Beverly Hills Hotel, filming this, and it's a pool party that is ridiculous, man.
The video opens with Jamie Foxx being interviewed and speaking about Sean Puffy Combs' secret parties that supposedly featured young men. Rappers like 50 Cent made fun of Puffy regarding the types of parties he'd make where there were all men and supposedly even younger men, as it happened with Usher when he went to Flavor Camp. The video also has an interview when Howard Stern and co-host Robin Quivers interview the R&B singer Usher about his beginnings in New York City when he went and lived with Puff Daddy when he was a teenager and addressed the parties and celebrations that they had at the so-called Flavor Camp. Without being too specific, Usher spoke about how he got to know the lifestyle, but did not know if he would participate and indulge since it was pretty wild. Later in the video, it was suggested that Sean Puffy Combs and Usher used to share a bed when Usher was just 10 years old, and they would wrestle for frosted flakes. So if the likes of Usher, what went on in Diddy's household, of course, Quincy did as well. In the early 90s, Diddy was in a serious relationship with Quincy's mother, model Kim Porter, who tragically died in 2018, instantly building what would become their expansive family unit. Quincy's biological father is R&B singer Al B. Sure, but the star actor's primary father figure was Diddy, who took him in when he was around 3 years old and raised him as his own. This is a sign of just how much Diddy truly loved Kim, who was also mother to Christian, Delilah, and Jessie. It wouldn't be a stretch to assume that growing up in a famous household with perks and many famous aunts and uncles, such as Mary J. Blige and Jay-Z, meant Quincy had a super privileged life. But all that came at a cost, something he confirms as he once revealed, growing up, I was able to be exposed to different things which create who I am today.
Are you close with your dad at all? I am, nowadays, but not as much as I'm, close with Puff.
While Quincy was provided with a tight-knit family made up of his mom, adopted dad, siblings, and grandmother, his relationship with his biological father, Al B. Sure, was initially strained over the years and highly publicized. In 2008, Quincy published an open letter to his biological dad, accusing him of being an absentee father. Sean Combs is the person whom I look up to and appreciate as a father, and I will always try to live up to his expectations. As for Al B. Sure, he added, throughout my life, I've always wondered about him. Where was he? What was he doing? And most importantly, was he even thinking about me? The absence of my father has given me a better understanding of what type of man I am going to be, before crediting his mother's love, support, guidance, and strength. With Al B. Sure issuing a public response, stating that he was confident he and Quincy would work it out. He was right, as they have since reconciled and are in a much better place after working to build their relationship. It was just a figuring out of things. It wasn't a transition or anything like that, Quincy said of having both his biological and adopted fathers in his life. While publicly receiving praise from his children, Diddy has also been accused of being a terrible dad, especially when it was alleged that he dated Lori Harvey, his own son's ex-girlfriend. Diddy has also been accused of being a terrible dad, especially when it was alleged that he dated Lori Harvey, his own son's ex-girlfriend.
Diddy has also been accused of being a terrible dad, especially when it was alleged that he dated Lori Harvey, his own son's ex-girlfriend.
My man would never break.
Really quick, I just want to state that even if, you know, that is Al B. Sure's son, which obviously it appears like it is, it's just still inappropriate for him to date his, you know, the child that he's been mainly in their life girlfriend. Like, what the fuck? That is crazy. You know, or cousin or anything like that should not be dating that boy's ex-girlfriend. You want to weigh in, Ben?
I mean, I agree. He definitely is out of order for that one, but that videotape, anytime you can see a so-called man haul off and whip a woman's ass like that, there's nothing. You can't put nothing past him, you know?
Oh, it's coming up. It's at the end. We're 55 minutes into the edit. So, yeah, this shit's crazy, y'all. So
Let it ride.
I want to also say, you know, trigger warning coming towards the end of this edit, because obviously a lot of people have seen it, but we don't want to show that just, you know, for the hell of it or whatever. It's educational purposes only. Let's get back into it.
We don't do that. We're law-abiding citizens.
In an exclusive interview with TMZ, Stevie also didn't hold back when he said,
whatever someone does in their bedroom, that's what they do. I don't got nothing to do with that. I'm just here to say that I've never seen my man doing anything foul like they talking about.
None of it.
I've never seen it. I've known him for 29 years.
Apparently, Stevie was also present when Diddy's houses were being raided, and he shared his first-hand knowledge about the force federal agents used during the raids, saying that the feds barged in, aimed at him, and ordered him outside with his hands up. And then
that's what happens in raids, sir.
They put him in handcuffs during the search, and he said he saw agents leave with a single bag filled with potential evidence. And one thing Stevie J has maintained is that Diddy is innocent. Okay, y'all know that Stevie J was one of the people who was featured in Diddy's lawsuit, right? The one that was filed by Lil Rod? First of all, Lil Rod alleged that Diddy had an intimate relationship with two redacted people and Stevie J. So Stevie J was hooking up with both Diddy and Faith Evans, allegedly. In addition, Lil Rod also said in the lawsuit that Diddy directed Stevie J and his son Justin Combs to recruit the ladies for his parties, and in Justin's case, he was instructed to find the younger ones to attend the parties. He even included screenshots of Justin attending the parties with Diddy, and in the photos, there were girls who looked like they were clearly too young to be at the parties. Elsewhere, the lawsuit also claimed that Diddy showed X-rated material to Lil Rod that allegedly showed Stevie J with another man. According to what Lil Rod said, Diddy said that it was normal practice in the music industry, and he was like, look, even Stevie J is doing it. But just like Diddy, Stevie J denies everything.
This is a money scheme by Lil Rod, his attorney.
I mean, when these two dated, their relationship was pretty messy. And now fans are saying that their problems were probably the result of Stevie J and Diddy's relationship. Apparently, behind the scenes, Faith has been confirming a few things. And I don't know what's with her exes and Diddy, because Stevie isn't the only one to have been caught up in Diddy's mess. Biggie Smalls was also caught up. Okay, when it comes to Biggie, he met Diddy back in 1992 when Diddy arranged to meet the then up-and-coming Big after seeing a feature on him in a magazine. Apparently, after that meeting, Biggie signed to Diddy's label Bad Boy Entertainment upon its launch in 1993, and he dropped his debut album Ready to Die in 1994. And unfortunately, that was the only album Biggie released before he passed away. Initially, when Faith Evans was asked whether there was any truth to the allegations that Diddy had something to do with Biggie's death, she defended Diddy.
What I know is that Puff would never have Big. Puff would never be involved in one of his best friends. That's outside of him being his artist. You know what I'm saying?
She also added that their relationship was special, and even she never had such a tight relationship with Biggie. And according to Faith, there was no way anyone could even remotely piece the puzzle of Big's untimely death together with that conspiracy.
I mean, I know without a doubt that if that's the case, then we would have sued Puff a long time ago.
Right.
If we felt that way. You don't think they haven't tried to get us to do that?
Yeah, I watched
I'm
the
just
episode
saying,
with
you know,
them,
in real life.
Who is they? Who is they? She said, you think they haven't tried to get us to do that? Who is they?
But we know better than that.
We all know that Big and Diddy were never that close. Plus, one of the rumors back in the day was that Faith was sleeping with Diddy. So that alone would have put a strain on Diddy and Big's relationship.
Plus, one of the rumors back in the day was that Faith was sleeping with Diddy. So that alone would have put a strain on Diddy and Big's relationship.
Plus, one of the rumors back in the day was that Faith was sleeping with Diddy. So that alone would have put a strain on Diddy and Big's relationship.
In addition, another thing people remember so much about Faith is that her relationship with Big was super messy, and she even fought Lil Kim numerous times over Biggie. Faith even told a story about how she went to Biggie's house around the holidays and caught him and Kim naked in bed. There were also allegations that Biggie used to rough Faith up really bad, but she kept quiet about it. Then there was also the allegation that Faith slept with Tupac when she was with Biggie, something that several people have actually confirmed.
Now, I ain't one to gossip, but I seen this one with my own eye. Faith Evans did screw Tupac. She got in the car with him that night when he left the club.
Well, there was a time when Diddy himself said he kind of felt responsible for Biggie's death when Wendy Williams questioned him about it on her show.
I think I always feel some sort of, responsibility because I'm in this thing with him. You know what I'm saying? He's my artist, and he was supposed to go to London that night. And, I let him talk me into, not going to London and staying in LA. And that, that's something that really bothered me, throughout my life. Is sometimes you have to really go with that decision in your gut. And in my gut, I was like, you need to get on the plane. But sometimes when you don't listen to your gut, and this is God's world, it's his plan.
Yeah.
But honestly, that's one of the things I regret, not making sure that he went to London.
Faith Evans is one of the people with the real tea that can have Diddy locked up for years. And if word on the street is anything to go by, she's already spilling.
That's endangering the welfare of a child. And you see that, and you don't report it, you're just as guilty as the person who does it. So what did the feds know? Because the feds not coming there unless somebody made some allegations against Puff.
A video of Sean Diddy Combs introducing his adopted daughter, Ava Baroni, surfaced just a day after 2 of his homes were searched for sex trafficking. In a 2020 TikTok video aired where the Bad Boy Records CEO asks Baroni to introduce herself to his Instagram fans during a live session.
My name's Ava. I'm a Scorpio.
No. What's your last name?
Ava Combs.
What's your other last name?
Ava Baroni.
Eva Baroni Combs? Yes, it's breaking news. Diddy adopted a white child. I want you to tell them the story about how I adopted you. But you still have beautiful parents but you're my child also. But please tell the story.
So, I was on the street, and then Papa Combs decided that he would like to be a caring man. So then he saw me and decided to pick me up and said to come inside and play with the kids.
That's like a little bit like borderline suspect. But I don't want nobody we want to get excited. I adopted you like Madonna adopted kids and everybody else adopted kids. Charlize Theron, everybody's ever adopted Sandra Bullock. I adopted you because I felt that you could, enjoy also having a black parent.
Notice how he threw all these other celebrities that have also allegedly adopted, just children that were in the system or whatever. Shout out to people that do it to change the child's life in a positive manner, because there are a lot of children in foster care and up for adoption. But we also, need to start looking at them. I know that there's been certain scandals out, or people made videos about some of those instances with those other celebrities. But yeah, I'm seeing a pattern here as well. I just wanted to say that. Ben, you want to weigh in while I got it stopped, or are you good? All right, he must be good.
Take care of you and help you out. So, just clarify, because it's crazy out here online. So I play with the kids, and I got permission from your mother, and to say all of that. It's crazy out here.
I met Jesse and Lila when I was 6 months old.
6 months.
And then basically our sister, 4 of us. And then I always come over.
Yeah. And it's Ava Baroni Combs. Come on.
Many are now claiming this is similar to how Usher was groomed.
Puffy's place was like just filled with chicks and orgying like nonstop, right?
No, not really. I mean, but hey, it was curious. I got a chance to see some things.
Yeah, but you were 13. What were you
I
seeing?
went there to see the lifestyle.
Right.
And I saw it, and it was, but I don't know if I could indulge and understand what I was even looking at. It was pretty wild.
So nobody tried to, some woman didn't come along.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I didn't say that. What I did say is that there were very curious things taking place, and I didn't necessarily understand it.
Usher seems to still be protecting Diddy, according to Gene Deal. A trauma response, perhaps?
Looking at this lawsuit, right, Lil Rod, he alleges that, Diddy told him personally that he had sex with Usher. And when you look at the lawsuit, even though they got Usher name redacted, you could tell who it is because they describe him as the guy that performed at the Super Bowl.
Right.
So, I mean, we all know who that is, but how you feel about that, man?
Well, I mentioned that earlier, that he said about Stevie J. The Usher part, that's a touchy situation, man. You know what I'm saying? Because I had a certain feeling, and I felt a certain way when Usher got on Shay Shay, and I don't mean to mention other people's platforms, but he got on Shay Shay and he mentioned how great and how good Puff taught him and everything. You know what I'm saying? About the business, right? I know, and people know, that was around that in that time that Puff and Usher did have a situation. And that situation led Usher to the hospital. Now, I let Usher explain that to y'all. I let Usher tell that story. But how dare you say a man that groomed you, you gonna give him a pass? Bro, you know I know. Let me reframe you on something. Remember, Usher? We was at the Swiss Hotel. Puff had Kim in the room. Had one of Keith Sweat's baby mothers in the big room outside the master bedroom. He came outside in his robe. She gave him a fellatio right there. His back was turned to me. She gave him a fellatio. You knocked on the door. I came and opened the door for you. Puff went in the room. You came in the room and kissed that girl dead in the mouth. Now I'm telling that because you taking up with somebody that you know and a lot of more people know didn't do you right.
Now, really quick, Gene Deal just said that, Usher and Diddy had a situation that landed Usher in the hospital. I'm wondering, was it sexually induced? Far as was that when Diddy had first molested him? Because we don't know who Diddy's first victim is. However, we can go back to when Usher, went over there in the camp of whatever the fuck it was called, right? And possibly was that, Diddy's first time sexually violating a male. And did he, obviously any type of interaction would have been overboard because we're talking about an interaction with an underage child. But did he just go in and that's why Usher ended up in the hospital like Gene Deal said? Or was it like fighting or what? Because that's fucking sick. And at the end of the day, hospital records could still be, pulled up from that event. That could still come up. And I believe whether Usher likes it or not, because that also implicates if it was sexual abuse and Diddy just gave them some pussy ass fucking excuse for how he got these injuries, right? If that's what it is. And the hospital covered it up. That's involving more people, which is more witnesses that probably don't want to go down for this, years later or whatever. But I digress. Ben, you got anything to say? I think.
Yeah, well, Jaguar Wright said that it was sexual. That
right, I'm just playing it safe, Ben.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, she alleged that it was sexual, and again, this guy denied everything about the Cassie allegations, and it turns out that you was abusing the girl. That didn't look like no first time I was mad and drunk. That looked like some gorilla pimping.
Right. Definitely.
Go ahead, let it ride.
When you was at Diddy camp, y'all put it together.
And what you mean by Diddy camp?
Remember? He was on one of the talk shows. The white guy with the curly hair. What's his name? The white guy with the curly hair. And he said, yo, would you send your son to Diddy camp? And Usher said, no. Ask him why he won't send him to Diddy camp. But yet still you praise him.
Damn, man, and you said that, I know you can't go into detail, but you said that it was a situation where Diddy sent him to the hospital?
Let Usher explain that to you. Let Usher mama explain that to you. And the hospital was in Scarsdale, New York.
I mean, you good?
I'm good. How are you?
All right, young brother, everything's good? Sound like
Y'all hear me? Okay, yeah.
out arenas and everything?
I done knocked down my mic, y'all.
Starting to act different, huh? You ain't been calling me and hanging out the way we used to hang out.
Well, I mean, you try to get in contact with me, through all my, partners and whatnot. But you never really got my number, so.
Right. Okay.
My number?
Yeah.
I'll tell you my number.
Yeah.
555. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna be driving this next year.
Yeah, when you get 16, you come down and you gotta, wear your seat.
I mean, I'm 15. You can ride in the passenger seat. I got my permit. Not yet. 16.
Slow down. Let's slow down, Josh.
Okay.
Let's slow down. Okay.
One step at a time.
But yeah, the keys is yours. When you get 16, you're good to go.
I'm good to go.
Yeah. And then when you get 18, you get the house. You get the mansion.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then it comes into play, whereas that if you know of anybody that's endangering the welfare of a child, and you see that, and you don't report it, you're just as guilty as the person who does it.
My name's Ava. I'm a Scorpio.
No. What's your last name?
Ava Combs.
What's your other last name?
Ava Barone.
Eva Barone Combs? Yes, it's breaking news. Diddy adopted a white child. I want you to tell them the story about how I adopted you. But you still have beautiful parents but you're my child also. But please tell the story.
So, I was on the streets.
So Diddy just said that she has beautiful parents, but she starts with, so I was on the streets. Where are the parents at? But let's pay attention because it's going to get deeper, y'all.
And then Papa Combs decided that he would like to be a caring man. So then he saw me and decided to pick me up and said to come inside and play with his kids.
And that also is a way that a lot of predators lure children. Come play with my kids. See what I'm saying? Because sometimes they will have also violated their own children as well.
That's like a little bit like borderline suspect. I don't want nobody, we want to get it clear. I adopted you like Madonna adopted kids and everybody else adopted kids. Charlize Theron, everybody that's ever adopted Sandra Bullock. I adopted you because I felt that you could, enjoy also having a black parent to take care of you and help you out. So, just clarify it because it's crazy out here online. So I played with the kids and I got permission from your mother and say all of that because it's crazy out here.
And also, why would he need to guide her through a conversation about something that is her real life? If she has great parents and, she's just over there for a little bit, but she really lived with her parents or whatever, like he wouldn't need to coax her in what to say. Then also, for those that followed through with the Nature Boy situation and shit like that, right? You know how they used to stand in like an area or whatever and and all this extra shit. That's what it's giving me vibes. Like this dude right here know what's going on. The other son pops in briefly or whatever. And, I was wondering, are they violating this child as well? Because even though a lot of people have said, Diddy's children and all this and that, now I believe the twins are underage, but the boys are all in their 20s, early 30s.
Oh, I met Jesse and Delilah when I was 6 months old.
6 months.
And then we basically are sisters, all four of us. So, and then I always come over.
Yeah. And it's Ava Brioni Combs. Let's go.
And then it comes into play, whereas that if you know of anybody
I'll pay attention to this next clip after this.
is endangering the welfare of a child, and you see that, and you don't report it, you're just as guilty as the person who does it.
If you're not Sean P. Combs, keep scrolling. Sean, I want to ask you a question about this young lady, Ava Grace Baldwin. Like, Sean, I really want to ask you a question about this little girl, Ava Grace Baldwin. Because I have this feeling, Sean, that you actually can tell me a lot about Ava. Considering you just adopted a sweet young girl named Ava. And see, in your video where you forced this young lady to speak, you did something really weird and eerie, and it caught my attention. Why did you make the girls force out that she was a Scorpio? Weird, because I grew up on that ASL timeline, you know, in the era where we would announce things like that. It was weird for me that you made sure that girl told her birthday sign. So if her actual birthday came up, the sweet girl wouldn't know that she was actually missing, and that she went missing on September 17, 2015. It says right now she'd be about 15 years old. And what's really cool and creepy about the day and age we live in? If you check your kids' school photos, you'll see that they have a missing card already made for them. For me, that's like an open catalog farm for a tilapia. Like, you literally have one system across the United States with a catalog of all the children in school. And you already know how I feel about children's school CPSs. You guys have a 360 of information on everybody, their parents. You would know the most vulnerable ones. But I digress. Back to the Center for Missing and Exploited Children. You did this really cool thing for Ava. You did a photograph enhancement of what she would look like today. Now, I will tell you, the computer did a great job. The only thing that it missed out on was...
Listen, what do y'all think? Now that I'm serious with this, look at the picture at the top. That's the actual picture. This is the age progression picture. And this is what she looks like in real life in the Diddy video. I think this woman is onto something here. You feel what I'm saying? That looks like her. Let's listen more.
The nose. It didn't account for gravity, taking the nose the other way. But forget the computer technology. Let's just look at these two pictures for 1 second together, you guys. Do you see it too? Sean. And then what really threw my mind is her name is Ava Baroni. It's Ava B still, right? I think that's wild, Sean. Hey, Sean, now that I'm sitting here thinking about it more and more, the media never said anything about what happened to your adopted daughter when you left and you fled the country. Where is Ava, Sean? Almost 10 years later. Like, let's just stop in reality for 1 second. Was it not the weirdest thing in the world for you to come on here and force this little girl to start speaking to us? You should have never did that. You failed in the first place. And like I said, forcing her to say Scorpio for no reason, weird. But I think for me, it's the audacity, pure courage.
I think he had her say Scorpio too because he's also a Scorpio.
Not only stand in our face and tell us to eat cake, but to...
And, you know, her birthday obviously wouldn't match like the lady pointed out in this video.
Mock us with our children in our faces. What a mighty brazen act, Sean.
I don't know what you're talking about. My daughter's only 15.
They're not dating?
No, they're not. Not that they better not be dating right now.
They're 15. They've got to have boyfriends or girlfriends or something. That's an age you start like being interested.
I didn't know that.
How old were you when you first started getting interested in?
I was wild. I was different. I was from a whole nother time.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. They're cheerleaders, right?
No, I really thought that they don't start dating till like 17, right? When do they start dating?
It's like, damn, how your son look like your best friend? If he like it, I love it.
Tabling receipts about Misa Hilton's son Justin not being his biological child. And with the lawsuits, people are now asking questions like, was Justin a product of one of Diddy's freak-off sessions? Did he allow the alleged biological father, Anthony Wolf Jones, to sleep with Misa Hilton in front of him? The word on the street is that Justin's biological father is Wolf, who was Diddy's former bodyguard. Wolf worked for Diddy during the infamous December 1999 incident where Diddy and rapper Shine allegedly shot up a Manhattan nightclub, and Wolf was charged with the criminal possession of a weapon in the second and third degree in the Manhattan nightclub trial. Just a few years later, in 2003, Wolf was reportedly gunned down outside a Buckhead, Atlanta nightclub after...
Right. Incognito said in case they come up missing, they have an updated photo of their child for the news. But it can also, you know, be used by the school system or some other... Because if y'all remember, we had looked into... Adam Walsh, is that his name? the America's Most Wanted, child advocate dude or whatever.
Yeah, Adam Walsh.
He was involved in some fucked up ass shit. And we looked at where allegedly his son may not have, really died or whatever, but they covered up a lot of the stuff that was going on. That dude is demonic as fuck. He also was involved in taking the custody of his daughter's children, and I believe solely on the fact of just to be spiteful to her because she wasn't down with the shits. Now he has another son that is down with the shits and working with him, but he's been exposed as well. Go ahead, Ben. I'm sorry.
No, I wasn't saying nothing.
Okay.
After getting into an argument over a woman, people are also questioning whether he's the biological father of Justin and whether he had anything to do with Wolf's death. In fact, what you will find is that Wolf was his best friend. He apparently owed Wolf a lot of money. The thing is, Wolf wasn't just a security dude. He also had investments and was financially involved in some of the things Diddy did. And the assumption is that when Diddy couldn't give him his cut, he set him up. If that's the case and Wolf really is Justin's father, that would definitely explain why a lot of people think Justin and his mama Misa have shown solidarity to Cassie by continuing to follow her on Instagram, even though she's the one who set the ball rolling on Diddy. What really are the receipts proving that Wolf is actually Justin's father? Well, for starters, there are a lot of people who have always said that when it comes to looks, Justin does look a lot more like Wolf than Diddy. And with the speculations coming up again, one person simply wrote on X, LOL, but I can only speculate, LOL. I never thought Justin looked like Diddy at all, ever. Doesn't too much favor his mom either. He really does look like the other guy. I don't know though. Someone else also added, damn, he's a spitting image of his biological dad. I always wonder why he didn't resemble Diddy at all, but this makes sense. First of all, Gene Deal said that even though he wasn't there at the time, he could clearly see that Justin looks a lot like Wolf.
It's like, damn, how your son look like your best friend? If he like it, I love it.
In addition, Reggie Wright Jr. also insinuated that Wolf could actually be Justin's biological father and not Diddy.
I put up a picture of Wolf and one of Puffy's sons, Justin Combs. Look at him. You tell me. Look at the two pictures.
So if these are not even his children, he's corrupting the minds of these, people that have now become assailants to a lot of his shit. Like they said, his sons are in the lawsuit or something like that, some paperwork.
Pictures. They on bond first. Pull them up. You put them. They on the internet. Put a picture of both of them. Put a picture.
In addition, it wouldn't be surprising if Diddy decided to raise Justin as his own, considering he adopted Albie Shore's son Quincy when he was 3 years old when Kim began dating him in 1994. Okay, I know some of you will also be like, but Misa took Diddy to court for child support, and they must have done a test to prove that Diddy is Justin's biological child. Yes, Misa did take Diddy to court in 2004, and she even said this about the situation. It hurts deeply. This is the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I'm very sad. I wouldn't have ever imagined it would have come to this. The perception Sean projects outside the courtroom is quite different from the truth. He wants the public to have a perception of him, but the reality is that I'm here asking for money. But for those who remember, the circumstances of that situation were also a bit sus. For instance, when Misa took Diddy to court, she said that she was getting a mere $5,512 a month to look after their son, Justin, while Kim Porter was raking in a sweet $35,000 a month deal in child support for their son, Christian. Now, why would there be such a huge difference in the first place between what Justin and Christian were getting if they were both equally Diddy's children? Probably because Diddy wasn't too concerned about Justin, who is not biologically his. About why he was even paying child support, maybe Diddy legally adopted Justin, which would mean that he was actually legally obligated to pay child support. But if you ask a lot of people, they will tell you that they are convinced that Justin is not Diddy's biological son. Even those who always wondered how Diddy could do something dirty like date his son Justin's ex-girlfriend, Lori Harvey, say it now makes sense. Diddy has been knowing all along that Justin isn't his biological son. Another person who caught a stray is Wolf's daughter, Ash Cash. There's an interview that resurfaced where she said that after her father died, she never spoke to Diddy again. And that made people also drag Diddy through the mud for supposedly taking care of Justin, but ignoring his alleged sister. Ash responded to a post on X saying, just for clarity, when I did the radio show, that was over 10 years ago. That's my father, and it's not proven that my father is Justin's father. I don't know anything about that. You guys have to be more respectful and be mindful of how you speak on people's dead parents. Ash should probably have stayed silent, because now
now there are people also insisting that there's a resemblance between her and Justin. As far as Misa is concerned, other than giving hints here and there that Diddy was going to be hit with something, she hasn't spoken much about the lawsuits. Maybe it's because she didn't want people bringing up the Justin situation. But in case you have been following Misa, you probably realized that she hinted a few times that something was coming for Diddy months before Cassie's lawsuit dropped. See, the public may have known about the allegations in November, but apparently this thing has been going on behind the scenes for 6 whole months. What was happening was that Diddy's team was trying to get people to testify in those 6 months, and they reportedly reached out to everyone, including Misa and Roger Bonds. Now, we already know where someone like Roger stands, and he has made it very clear that he is not on Diddy's side. In the lawsuit she filed against Diddy, Cassie named Roger, alleging he jumped in to stop Diddy from stomping on her in a car and attacking her back in 2009 in Los Angeles. And now Roger is saying he not only stopped Diddy from harming Cassie, but he claims there were other such incidents involving other people during his security tenure.
There comes a time when you're in a situation that may seem like a good situation, but if you're not waking up happy, or if you disgruntled, or you really don't want to be around that person, you find every excuse to get out of there. And I got diabetes. So my excuse was, I can't be with you every day. I can't do this. I can't do that. I'm losing weight. I'm doing that. But in reality, it was, I was sick. I was sick of you. I was sick of everything that was going on around you. I was sick of having to cover up everything that you did. I was sick. Cassie spoke on it. She said, yeah, I jumped on it. I jumped in between it. That wasn't the only time. It was other times, and it was other people.
Remember, Robert Bonds gave his initial statement after Cassie's lawsuit went public, saying, "This is not meant to be threats or snitching or anything like that against Cassie or Diddy or anyone else. This is me telling my truth as I truly remember it for 2 reasons only. First, because I have 4 daughters, so on all dudes, my truth as I seen it, saw it, and was involved with for years. Girl, the only thing I know is that so much more is going to come up about Diddy, and if people are already digging into his children, I can only imagine what else will be unearthed. Probably even what Misa went through, because she was definitely the original Cassie. And let's not even begin with how Diddy started hooking up with Misa when she was in high school. There's definitely a lot going on there.
And let's not even begin with how Diddy started hooking up with Misa when she was in high school. There's definitely a lot going on there.
And let's not even begin with how Diddy started hooking up with Misa when she was in high school. There's definitely a lot going on there.
He says those allegations from Cassie were true about being abused. Bonds was named in that lawsuit. Cassie says he helped save her life. Combs denies the allegations. No charges. Roger Bonds joins us now. Thank you very much, sir.
How you doing, Mary? How's everything doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you for taking this opportunity. Roger, do you believe that there is that there is substance to what we're hearing about Combs being involved in these heavy criminal activities?
I believe some of the things. I think some of it is a little far-fetched, but I think some of it is definitely true.
Now, when we get into what the sum is, you are in the lawsuit as saying, in the car leaving the club, you know that Mr. Combs physically abused his girlfriend, putting hands on her way over the line, that you tried to stop it, but you couldn't. Is that all accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
And help the audience understand what you know was going on there.
Well, there's definitely times that he was very abusive argumentatively. He was very abusive physically. You know, that particular time that Cassie is talking about, they were at a dinner or a gathering on Sunset Boulevard, and Cassie was talking to a manager, and he got very upset about that. You know, he didn't want her talking to any other managers or doing anything without his say-so. And he got very abusive that day, and I jumped out the car, and I ran up on him, and I grabbed him, and I was like, what are you doing? Do you see where we at? Like, what's going on? And he got inside the car once I grabbed him up, and he realized the way he was at. But some of the damage was done already, and I put her inside the car, too.
The idea that he would be involved in running drugs, running women for the enjoyment of others, did you see anything like that? Did you hear anything like that?
Well, I don't think when they say running for others, I don't particularly believe that. You know, at the end of the day, he's Sean Combs, he's Diddy. You know, a lot of the things that they accuse him with, I feel falls under different kind of jurisdictions. You know, it's been plenty of times we've been out the country. We've been in other cities, other states where you meet people at parties, you dance, you party, they go back to the hotel, and he has a private jet. So he says, hey, you want to come to New York? You want to come to LA for a week or two? And they get on the jet, and for a week or two, they might be there, and then he'll tell assistant, okay, fly him back. If that falls under sex trafficking, then yes. But as far as like physically sex trafficking and making someone go somewhere, I don't believe that to be true.
That's the allegation. Cassidy makes that allegation in part also, what she refers to as a freak-off, which is where Combs would make her have sex with other men. And then that allegation was expanded in some of these other reports that we've seen of, yeah, that's what he does. He would get women and make them have sex with other men, and that he would get drugs and traffic them, meaning bring them in for sale and use by other people.
Well, on that aspect, I'm gonna say I don't know what he does actually in the bedroom. I've never actually witnessed anything like that, but I have seen people that I haven't ever seen in my life, guys that I've never seen before, go into a hotel room with them, and I know that only they was in the room, nobody else was in the room. But what actually went on, or if they was forced to do it, or how much they got paid, I didn't know about that. But I definitely did see people go into private places where him and Cassie was at.
Do people who know the realities think Combs is going to get hooked on at least some of these charges? And why do you think his friends aren't coming forward to defend him?
Well, I think a lot of things that he's being charged with, a lot of things that he's being accused with is the norm. You know, I think that's part of Hollywood. I think that's a rich culture. And I think a lot of them is scared to come forward because this is what they've been doing for the last 10, 20, 30 years, as if it's just a...
He's probably cutting his eyes at the monitor if you're talking about the reporter, because it's on a different side. That's what it looks like to me.
Regular thing. And by Cassie speaking up and finally standing up for what I feel she should have did a long time ago, it's given a lot of people courage to speak up on the things that they thought was the norm.
What you got to say now? What you got to say now? You ain't got shit to say when you put your girl on the snap. Baby, yo, babe. I mean, shit getting weird. Come on, baby. It's hot outside. You fucking wrapped up in that blanket. Let's go jog on the beach.
A man was whooping on a woman in a towel that didn't fall. TD Jakes was under there holding that towel up. I'm telling you now, I know this for a fact. So it was a shock to the lames. The lames don't know how dude move, but everybody out there in the street, man, we know how dude move, man. Motherfuckers like, not a good rapper, not a good singer. What is he good at?
Any artist out there want to be an artist and want to stay a star, don't want to have to worry about the executive producer trying to be all in the video, all on the record, dancing. Come to Death Row.
He used to dance in the background, but then he got bold enough to start saying stuff. And then it wasn't an outrage. Listen, whenever you see somebody weak doing something, it's your job to tell them. The man who was beating up the broad in the hallway of the hotel should not be in power like that. America takes our weakest talent and empowers it. And we gotta fucking sit up there and be embarrassed because a man was whooping on a woman in a towel that didn't fall. TD Jakes was under there holding that towel up. I'm telling you now, I know this for a fact. This is ridiculous. How that towel didn't fall. What I understand, the weak brother who is bad for the village, because we know he send people at people. I ain't never seen him whoop no nigga like that. I seen him get loud with niggas. I have been in public where I was at a place where I saw him get loud with niggas because he had a mob behind him. That ain't shit. That ain't impressing no motherfucker, man. I'm saying, I heard the man bought the videotape at the hotel. If this happened at a hotel, they wronged her. She can get some more money.
Mm-hmm. Rap superstar Sean Diddy Combs. Combs has been embroiled in a lot of legal drama, as you know, specifically facing allegations of sexual assault. The video's disgusting. There's just no other way to discuss it. Let's talk about the backstory and why this video is so important already to the ongoing allegations and cases against the rapper.
Upon looking at this video, Kira, I was absolutely disturbed. I was outraged. I still am disturbed. I still am outraged. I am disgusted at the actions of Sean Combs. No one should ever have to experience this. And then also, too, no one should have to relive this, having to see this video footage all over again. Cassie had filed paperwork and a lawsuit against Sean Combs, detailing the abusive nature of their relationship, detailing the toxic nature of their relationship, detailing the sexual assault of their relationship. Sean Combs came out strongly and in a statement to his attorney vehemently denied all such allegations. But when you see this video, It just underscores anything that Sean Combs could ever say going forward with regards to this and other future lawsuits that he may have. Kira, the thing that really struck me the most was it gets to the heart of domestic abuse and domestic violence. And when victims of domestic violence feels like they have nowhere to go and nowhere to run, and they often will go back to their abuser, him chasing after her, not only just kicking her, but for me, Kira, it was the grabbing of the purse, as if holding her possessions, her ID, not allowing her to leave. And then in the lawsuit, there's something about that particular moment for the lawsuit where Cassie states she left to go back to her apartment, but then she tried to come back to the hotel to apologize to Sean Combs in fear that he would hunt her more, to which hotel staff had to stop her and say, no, go back home. That right there just shows what victims of domestic abuse go through, want to return to their abuser and fear it could get worse, but in this vicious cycle of not being able to get out. I've been texting a lot of people within the industry, which I'm a part of, and everyone is just simply disgusted that this is the man that we have partied with, we celebrated with, I've been in rooms with, I've been to parties in his home here in New York City and in Florida, and I am outraged that this is somebody that I knew, but I don't even know who this person is that could do such monstrous acts to a human being. My heart simply goes out to Cassie right now.
And yeah, as he continues to deny allegations, as we say, video doesn't lie. Can we talk about just the impact that this video will have now on all of Sean Combs' legal troubles?
So Mike touched on it very eloquently, and I co-sign everything he said. But from a legal standpoint, what this does is, even though Cassie's lawsuit was settled within a day with Sean Combs, this increases her credibility. She outlined this, to Mike's point, in her lawsuit, describing this very interaction on March of 2016, and even gave some explanation as to why we're not seeing this video to this day. In Cassie's lawsuit, she specifically says that Sean Combs paid $50,000 to make sure that this video never saw the light of day. And while Sean Combs came out adamantly through his attorney saying this is untrue, this being not just this incident, but the entire allegations, now we're seeing, as you've said, Kira, videos don't lie. And so that destroys any amount of credibility that Sean Combs may have had in denying these allegations, and I think many other allegations that come from the other civil lawsuits coming against him. And I can bet that the Southern District of New York that coordinated both raids of both of his homes just a few weeks or months ago, that they're looking at this and saying, you know what, Cassie has now become that much more of a more credible witness. And while these allegations, because they're from 2016, might have passed the statute of limitations, she can still potentially testify to everything in her lawsuit and say, look, it's corroborated by this video. This is who this man is. I think this is just another potential piece to a potential, and I'm not saying it will or will not happen, but a potential arrest of Sean Combs and more allegations against him. The attorney said the gut-wrenching video has only further confirmed the disturbing and predatory behavior of Mr. Combs. Words cannot express the courage and fortitude that Miss Ventura has shown in coming forward to bring this to light. That is Cassie Ventura's attorney talking about what I think we are all seeing now. This is, I mean, domestic violence is never pretty in any way, shape, or form, but seeing this on a video and the way that he even comes back after the assault, after putting her on the ground, kicking her when she's on the ground, coming back and throwing objects at her. She is so helpless. And it seemed that even the hotel couldn't find a way to get this into the light to protect her. It seemed like Cassie, to Mike's point, had no one there to protect her, that she even felt the need to go back to her abuser. That is often a sign of prolonged abuse that no one should go through, yet alone the moments that we saw here in that hallway.
You're going to show us the video, but first, give us some context on what we're about to see.
Yes, Jake, this is incredibly disturbing footage, so I do want to warn our viewers, as you did. But as you said, Cassie's lawsuit, which was filed in November of 2023 and then was quickly settled overnight, it did open the floodgates. But in that complaint, Jake, she details an incident that she alleged happened in March of 2016 at a hotel in Los Angeles. She claimed in her lawsuit that she was physically assaulted by Diddy. Now our team in the LA Bureau, we have got our hands on that surveillance footage, and it appears to corroborate Cassie's claims identically. Really, Jake, the lawsuit lines up with exactly what we are seeing, so let's take a look. New surveillance footage obtained exclusively by CNN appears to corroborate some of the allegations of abuse against music mogul Sean Diddy Combs. The video, captured on multiple cameras, shows Combs wearing only a towel, assaulting his then-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, in a hallway at a Los Angeles hotel in March 2016.
A lawsuit filed by Ventura in November last year and settled the next day referenced actions that seem to match those seen in this video. There is no audio. According to the complaint, Combs became extremely intoxicated and punched Miss Ventura in the face, giving her a black eye, which, according to the lawsuit, prompted Ventura to try and leave the hotel room. The surveillance video obtained by CNN begins as she enters the hallway. The complaint says, as she exited, Mr. Combs awoke and began screaming at Miss Ventura. He followed her into the hallway of the hotel while yelling at her. The complaint goes on to say, he grabbed her and then took glass vases in the hallway and threw them at her. In the surveillance video, Combs can be seen grabbing Ventura and throwing her to the ground. As Ventura lies on the ground, Combs then kicks her twice and attempts to drag her on the floor back to the hotel room. Ventura is seen picking up a hotel phone. Combs seems to walk back to the hotel room, then returns and appears to shove her in a corner. Moments later, he can then be seen throwing an object in her direction. According to Ventura's now settled lawsuit, the pair began dating several years after they met in 2005. They parted ways in 2019. Combs' attorney said the decision to settle was in no way an admission of wrongdoing. Ventura declined to comment on the video, but her attorney told CNN the gut-wrenching video has only further confirmed the disturbing and predatory behavior of Mr. Combs. Words cannot express the courage and fortitude that Miss Ventura has shown in coming forward to bring this to light. The video hasn't been seen publicly before and comes on the heels of a series of civil lawsuits alleging Combs' involvement in sex trafficking and sexual abuse, allegations that Combs has repeatedly denied. Authorities searched Combs' homes in Los Angeles and Miami in April as part of an ongoing federal investigation carried out by a team that specializes in human trafficking crimes. In a December 2023 statement, Combs responded to the claims in some of the lawsuits, saying, "Sickening allegations have been made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. Let me be absolutely clear. I did not do any of the awful things being alleged." Now, that Instagram post from Diddy was back in December. That was not in relation directly to Cassie. It was referencing many of these allegations and lawsuits that he faces. Now, I have reached out to Diddy's team. We have not heard back from them today. But, Jake, I do want to point out there was a settlement deal between Diddy and Cassie. So neither of them can speak. But, again, we're still waiting to hear back from his team. Now, a really great point that you brought up top, Jake, was what is going on in Diddy's world, right? We've all heard stories of Hollywood enablers and enablers in circles around powerful people. But something that I want to point out, Diddy is one of the most powerful people in music history. He is a mogul. We have not seen any support in Hollywood. All of his famous friends, since these allegations came forward, we have not seen anyone come to his defense. And that silence is very loud, Jake.
Cassie filed her lawsuit in November. The feds raided Diddy's home in March. Now we see this awful video, which is more than 8 years old. And yet Diddy has still not been charged with anything. I would think there would be grounds for his arrest in that video. Why hasn't he been charged with anything?
Well, the video is out of the statute of limitations. The statute of limitations in California for a simple assault is a year. For domestic violence assault, it was 3 years. They've moved that up to 5 years. This is out of range for a state charge in California. However, let's get back to that federal investigation. What HSI, Homeland Security Investigations, is doing, as Elizabeth framed it, is they are building a racketeering case, a RICO case based on human trafficking and allegations startlingly similar that track those that have been made in Cassie Ventura's lawsuit and in the lawsuit by another individual who worked for Combs that tell these stories of people being brought in the presence of weapons and drugs and so on. It's very much like what they did in the R. Kelly case, which got him 30 years in prison. So this charge, even though it's state crime is out of the statute of limitations, would be fair game in that federal case.
Cassie's lawsuit claims that hotel security staff saw what was happening on surveillance and they urged her to go home. The lawsuit then claims that Diddy paid $50,000 to get that footage from hallway security. CNN has reached out to the hotel for comment, not a hotel I'll ever want to stay at. How serious would it be if they witnessed an assault, did not report it, and then accepted money to basically disappear the security footage?
Well, there's certainly a question of negligence on the hotel's part. And by the way, this just didn't happen in a hotel in LA. These kinds of incidents have been happening in hotels in Manhattan and in Miami Beach as well. So there presumably could be other video, because all these hotels have cameras. There presumably could be other video out there. And in addition, a couple of the other lawsuits that have been filed against him allege that there is video evidence. And that is exactly what authorities were trying to get their hands on when they conducted their searches of his homes in Miami Beach and in California and LA.
John, assuming that Sean Combs, Diddy, is eventually charged, how important might this video be?
Well, it's going to be very important to the assault charge. It's going to be very important to the credibility of Cassie Ventura as a witness. Remember, when she brought that lawsuit, Ben Brafman, Combs' lawyer, called it baseless, outrageous lies from somebody looking for a payday, claimed that she had tried to blackmail them, that she demanded $30 million. That video is stunningly supportive of her credibility, of her allegations. It unfolds exactly as she charged it did in her lawsuit. So it will help her if she becomes a witness in that case, and it will probably be a chargeable offense in the federal case if and when it comes.
The allegations against Diddy go far beyond Cassie's story, of course. Multiple lawsuits filed in the past year claim that Diddy hosted what he called freak-offs, sex parties so brutal that the young men and women would sometimes vomit and pass out from being drugged. They would be beaten. They would be raped. They alleged that Diddy filmed it and directed his staff to change lighting or bedding to better display the people who are performing for him sexually. These are allegations. Does this remind you at all of the Jeffrey Epstein sex trafficking case? And how did they get away with it?
Well, remember the Jeffrey Epstein case happened decades ago, so they didn't have cell phones, for example, or this kind of recording technology. So we're far ahead of that in this. And even though they have some of that material, I'm sure what they're also going to look for is bank accounts, evidence that he paid people, including people that provided him with underage victims. And that's really the key here is whether they're going to be able to show that he also was engaged with sex trafficking minors, which is a very far more serious crime because of, their age, and also the fact that he has all this, other video evidence that he was allegedly committing these kinds of offenses.
I was up. I mean, I hit rock bottom. But I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy, going to rehab. Had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry.
Now, as we already know, that's definitely cap. In my opinion, he was well aware of what he had did. But Ben, you want to weigh in there still, or did you fall asleep?
No, I'm still here. I've been having technical difficulties all night. But that video, that apology video was trash. There's no sincerity in it. As Jamie Foxx would say, don't blame it on the alcohol. Don't blame that on the alcohol. That's the alcohol brings out the true you. You know how they say a drunk mind speaks a sober truth. The same is true in a person's actions when they're drunk.
Well, maybe he wasn't only talking about alcohol, though. It could have been also drugs. But yeah, that's just him, trying to have an excuse for his actions or whatever. It's a very pathetic one as well. This man had all type of money. He could have been went and got therapy. He could have been went and got treatment and shit like that. It's ridiculous. Also, what was important was his body language, which I want to come and break down in a different video. Like I said, I've been just kind of pushed to look more into this because after, I just looked at my whole playlist, because there was 39 clips in this or something like that, 40 clips in that edit. And I was just looking and just seeing all of these character flaws that are predatory. You see what I'm saying? So again, we didn't get to some of the clips that you wanted us to look at, Ben, the last ones. But
right, it's all right.
I already have a playlist for the next show, and if you want to come or whatever, I'm down with that as well. You know what I'm saying? But let's weigh in, though. This is crazy. I'm gonna drop the link too for people that want to come up and weigh in. Don't have to cam up. Just don't porn bomb me or nothing, child. But let's go, Ben.
Yep. This is definitely the latest expose on the culture. Polite, Michael Nowak, being one of the latest, R. Kelly, all of the bishops from Eddie Long, that are engaged in this decadent behavior. All the way down to the microcosm of what you said.
I wouldn't be surprised if Peter Popoff was involved.
Yeah.
Creflo Dollar, you know what I mean? All of
Yeah.
these, predators and stuff like that. Yeah, facts.
Yeah. All the way down to Frankie Gary,
Yeah.
that this is the prevailing behavior of a culture that has been corrupted, and there's no other way to get around it. The culture has been corrupted. So you put praise and stuff on these people, and you never see them in a certain light until that evidence come out. And I'm definitely not trying to make this about no Frankie Gary, because it's even bigger than him. But the only thing that saved him was there wasn't no video. If I had cell phone footage and all that stuff, oh, he'd be buried. But there was no video, and in this case, the Sean Combs was about to deny that whole everything as if it never happened. I would never do that. Yeah, I would never. And then here comes the video. So it's very coincidental that you have people who always want to be in power, and those that make it, that actually attain some type of financial power, and this is who they truly are. Malachi York, you get there, you got the following, you got the money, you got the influence, and you're nothing but a sick sexual deviant. This shit is real.
Right. How do you feel about that Ava girl? Do you think that woman that pointed out that there's an Ava that's missing, and then the Ava of Diddy, do you think that could possibly be the same girl?
Hey, based on them videos, that the lady in the pictures, it definitely looked like the same girl to me. That was eerie. Gave me one of them real eerie vibes. That same type of vibe I saw that night. You know what I mean? Like, oh man, that's crazy.
Right.
You sitting there.
Hit of the stomach you're talking about.
Yeah, that was a real weird, eerie video. The mere fact that you're talking about you adopted a girl, then this lady comes out with a video saying this child is missing.
Yeah, it's just disgusting. The way that he abused her in that hallway with no regard for cameras or if somebody had seen it. And then it's just sad that the hotel allowed him to just pay $50,000 and it was a done deal. There was no police call or anything like that. That woman could have died in that hotel room. And allegedly he was asleep when, she crept out the room. He woke up out of dead sleep, chased her down the hallway in that towel. Now, I would imagine there was a Velcro or something on there, because I've never seen somebody just beat a woman with a towel on that didn't come off. But it's just so disrespectful. I mean, why not let her leave? Some people said, but the reason why he couldn't let her leave is because she had seen too much. She knew too much. And it's also this control thing that these people like to have over people, in my opinion.
That coupled with this this hate for women that these guys deep down inside have. They really have this disdain for women, and it's similar in all of them. And R. Kelly and Michael Nowak, all the way to Sean Combs, because the type of influence you've had, like for example, R. Kelly, you didn't have to do that to them girls, man. All you had with the money and the power you had in the music industry, all you had to do was make some artists.
Facts.
Take them to the studio.
And he failed at that.
Right.
The making the band, nothing really came out of that. Yeah,
my
they
whole
were on
point.
TV, but
My whole point.
So it's just like, and then, the other groups, I forgot what the group name was called, but there's a woman, a Caucasian woman with blonde hair that's speaking out. Then there's a model lady who's speaking out as well. So again, we didn't get all the way to like current, but we got to basically his apology,
Right.
There's so much on the table with this. It's
Well,
wild.
that latest lawsuit that came out with the Caucasian woman who said he raped her back in '96, and the full court case is out. Her lawsuit is out in detail, and allegedly she still has the clothes.
Yes.
She saved everything from that night. So if they
She put
find
him
any
in
of
a
his DNA on that stuff, he's done.
Yeah. She said she put him in a plastic bag, which I think was smart on her behalf because that is preserving evidence. But also I want to just state how important it is, women and men, if you are sexually violated, your best bet is to go to the hospital and have a rape kit done. It can be embarrassing, or you're going through a lot of emotions, but a great way to preserve a lot of DNA is through the rape kit. But her holding on to them clothes is, I think, gonna help her situation a lot. Also, far as credibility. I also heard that either her or another woman was forced to give oral or something like that in a parking ramp, and a parking attendant saw it. So I believe it's that woman that we were just talking about.
Yeah.
I haven't really had a chance to really, hone in and sit down word for word and listen to everything concerning that, but we will get there. Yeah, so it's a lot of shit. It's
Yeah.
crazy. Like, I'm not really surprised. Are you surprised, man?
I'm not. I'm really not. It's something that we've been expecting all the while. As time continues to move, you're going to continue to see the demise of a lot of these people. It's like we wasn't surprised with Michael Nowak. We knew that was coming. And the next one might be Jay-Z.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
got
mean, they're saying that he unalived a woman that he was cheating with, Kathy White. And we know that I don't know, in my opinion, Beyonce was never really pregnant. The belly folding and all that. I remember that like it was yesterday. And I've had children and my belly ain't never folded like that. you know but that whole thing is crazy too. And I want to say, like, the next video, it may be some involving like Beyonce or whatever, because on that Lemonade thing, one of them poems was demonic as hell. She was talking about wearing the woman's skin, and talking about like holding her sternum as a cane. Like, the woman is fucking crazy, like, for real.
Yeah.
Oh, and I think that they got Aaliyah out the way for Beyonce to be able to do, her thing. That's unfortunate as well, And then is Diddy, in correlation with this whole Aaliyah situation? Because, you got Dame Dash. I don't know. This whole thing is crazy. It really is. I don't put nothing past any of these people.
But just remember too, in the industry, that they play the insurance game. So as an artist, as an employee, um, certain labels take out insurance policies on their employees.
Yes.
Especially the artists. So if
Yes.
anything happens to them, they collect it. So don't be surprised if that was one of his ploys to get money. Was, okay, I got a $5 million insurance policy on this one, a $10 million insurance policy on Craig Mack. It was a $20 million policy on Biggie. Who knows?
Yep.
But
Yep.
this is
That's
how.
what they do, these music execs. That's how
Yeah.
they secure, forever money. And then they'll own your royalty or whatever. Act funny with that. Like they had just said, Diddy just like unleashed his artists' music and shit like that. But the issue with that is a lot of that ain't even getting played no more because there's newer music.
Right.
So they really got nickels and pennies, in it. You always got to be concerned about, any contract. But from the jump, this dude just seemed sick to me. He was annoying. I didn't like him. I knew that what he was showing us wasn't who he was, but who was I, right?
Right.
Good, Def Dabster.
What's cracking?
Def Dabster, peace.
Man, hey, listen, man, stay Stay on top of this stuff because this been going on a long time. I mean, we could go down just a whole litany, just a list of these egregious violations from this individual. And you know, we as a community, as a people, we gotta hop on this stuff early. We gotta stop waiting for the house to burn down. We smell the smoke. We were there, right? I remember, hey, listen, I was a freshman in college when Big Papa dropped. Misa looked 15 because I was 18. I was 19. I was a little nigga. I knew that was a baby. Right.
What year do you think that he dated Misa? Because I don't remember her.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you. You remember the Big Papa video? They was in the pool.
Okay.
She was next to him sipping champagne with the baby.
You're right. Now that I've seen her face from the video, the edit, I know what you're talking about. I think.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken.
Look, I'm about to tell you a real personal story.
So how old was Diddy? He had to have been an adult at that time, right?
Yeah, he was definitely in his 20s.
Diddy's like 3 or 4 years older than me. I'm 50. Okay.
Wow.
At that time, he had to be at least 22. If I'm 18, he's 22. Misa is probably like 46, 47.
Okay.
Right? So when we go all the way back to then, right? Let's say I was about 18, he was about 22, she was about 15.
Right.
I'll even give her 16. I'll give her 16. That's cool. We can concede that. I know this. I remember you was an Uptown Records nigga. I remember you from the Stacey Lattisaw video. Remember Stacey Lattisaw?
Yeah, Tender Kisses.
You said that she would have been like 46, 47 because he's 54 right now.
Okay, there we go. So she's probably about 47, 46, because I'm 50. You see what I'm saying?
Wow. Oh, he's fucked. No, I mean, bro. Ooh, child, he just did it in. And that's why I named this, the calculated predator, because Diddy knew well what risks he was taking. He didn't just end up into this, right? He'll probably come out at the end like, oh, I was abused by an elite, you know what I mean? And all this and that. But in reality, he knew what he was doing. He knew the risks that he was taking, that he would lose it all and could go to jail. And he still did it anyway, with no regard. They gave him the key to the city. That type of shit gives people power. It's sad. It really is. Go ahead, Dom. I'm gonna quit cutting y'all off.
Oh, well, I mean, it's mind-blowing how, and my grandparents always taught me this, when the shit hits the fan, everybody scrambles for cover because the shit's gonna get all over you, right? But when this is all going on, and this is what my people do, we know about this stuff, and then we try to distance ourselves from it as if we haven't been advocates of this shit. Man, listen, hip hop, and I rap, I do all that stuff. Hip hop is very pervasive. It's very perverted. It is what it is. Like, I'm 50. Fuck, I need to lie for. Right? I've already did the apologist shit. At this point, QT, Ben, I feel we just have to be real. This shit, what this is, it was founded on this. All this stuff has been practiced. It's been accepted. It's been normal, right? I could name rapper after rapper after rapper and put the timeline together. There's some rappers I already know my people ain't gonna accept it. We love a nigga too much.
But
Who?
I'm gonna tell you
Like
this,
who?
huh?
Like who?
Shit, fuck it, like Tupac. You watch
Hey,
all the dialogue.
yeah, yeah. I love
You
that channel.
that one girl who was up there talking, and she was all like, "Oh, I was laid up with Pop, and he was telling me who he fucked. He fucked this one. He fucked that one. I just did Glock Dookie. I just said a name.
I wouldn't be
Tupac.
surprised though. I don't like me for myself. I don't idolize any of these people. They may come out with some good music or whatever, but they in the shits with these people. Like Suge Knight was saying, Diddy, your life is at risk and all that because there's got to be somebody up higher than Diddy facilitating a lot of this shit, right? But that doesn't take the responsibility off of him. So I don't idolize any of these celebrities. I might like a song. That's about it.
Well, I
So
know
I
you
wouldn't be
don't, but
surprised if Tupac. No, I'm just saying. Yeah.
yeah, I know you don't. I'm just saying, like my people in general, right? Because there's certain dudes who I got on a pedestal, but at the same time, I just gotta reiterate, at the age I'm at, there comes a point where you gotta be honest with yourself. It's not about even being honest. Can you look in the mirror and be honest with yourself? And I mean, hey, there's just so many examples I could use. Remember that video, Feeling on Your Booty?
Yeah, R. Kelly.
Every motherfucker was in that video. He had already been accused of this shit. That video with the girl and all that shit was out already. Everybody still did the video, knowing what happened with that. The Best of Both Worlds, that came out after the sexual charges. The Best of Both Worlds 2, that came after the Best of Both Worlds 1. This is an accepted practice in hip hop, right?
And really, it's not
if hip hop. What'd you say?
Really, it's not just hip hop. It's just like the country singers and the other caucus type of facets haven't been called out as much.
Well, no, they have because there you go. Weinstein.
Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, but remember, the Weinstein group was putting out everything. They had the movie game on lock. Harvey Weinstein and his brother. Remember, and he had affiliation with every major star out there.
Crazy.
So and when all of those stars came out, and those were the stars, I can't even begin to recollect the names, but you remember when everybody started coming out from Cameron Diaz on down and up. But the industry is so wicked that he was convicted of rape, and now they overturned his conviction. You know what I'm saying? Because he had friends in higher places to where you get convicted of rape and then it gets overturned. And, that's not going to happen for R. Kelly. It's not going to happen for P. Diddy because they don't have that complexity.
Ghislaine Maxwell, she's trying to get her sentence overturned. I believe I was looking at something about
That's
that.
crazy
It's
to me
in the
too.
next playlist. Yeah. It's a lot going on. If you peep game,
Well, her family still got
she
big
should have
money.
got life.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I'm talking, she should have got like fucking 400 years or something.
Yep.
But it's crazy, man.
Because there be women that are at the top of this. Like it's been said that Oprah is involved in child trafficking and shit like that, child abuse, sexual child abuse. That's another thing. I gotta find that playlist. I got so many playlists that we just gonna start looking into it because it's getting boring on the other side. I guess Nepal had responded and said that like she got her demons sucking my blood or something. We may respond to that.
God.
I mean, I may respond to that at another time, but I'm totally just like looking at this whole case like y'all is right for honing me back in and looking at it, in this light with the Diddy thing. I shouldn't let this go. And whether it's celebrity or not, we should look at it because this is classic predator behavior. You know what I'm saying? So, but I'll be keeping my eye on the other thing. But you know, this, in my opinion, is more important. And thank you for y'all that reached out and was like, please look at this, because I do appreciate it.
No, that was definitely a dope edit that you just did and put together. You know, I've seen a lot. You know, even shout out to Mac Me, even on it. And you know, yeah, everybody has their own unique touch on how they're exposing this. And like you said, like Def Dabs just said, you gotta keep a foot on these dudes' neck. I mean, even we don't know them, but they've been influential in our culture. You know, and in the past, if myself or Def Dabs would have came out and said anything about Puff Daddy, P Diddy, even if we just say, yo, I think, oh, y'all hating. You know, y'all hating on them. And that's been another word that the enemies have been using on us to keep us deaf, dumb, and blind and divided. That every time you have what would appear to be plausible opinions, you hating, you know, or you hating on that person, you hating. And that just automatically makes the next person turn a blind eye to something that might be factual. Because, oh, he just hating on him. Oh, he hating on him. He's hating on him. You know, and you hear that way too much, and it covers up the reality. And, you know, again, I'm not surprised by what took place because I was never a fan of dude. You know, like everybody said, he's not a rapper, he's not a singer, there's nothing talented about him. You know, he's one of those narcissists who takes everybody else's talent and makes it his own. You know, and want to take credit for it, like somebody we know. You know, like somebody we do know. You know, take video credit. And I put this person out, and I made this person. This person been doing it. Yeah, this person been had videos out. You know.
Yeah,
For sure.
I had seen that Lucine Grange, the music exec, was on the paperwork as well. Now he's a demonic motherfucker too. You know what I'm saying? He's demonic as hell, and we gonna look into that. Like, it's a lot with these people, and in my opinion, I still think Michael Jackson did it to them boys. Shout out to Santa Phoenix at Queen's Throne. Remember when Corey Feldman spoke about what happened with Corey Haim when they were child actors? Yes, I definitely do. That whole situation was crazy, and I did have a channel at that time where I was calling out celebrity news. It was just any type of like predatory thing, whether they were celebrity or not. And a lot of those videos are now taken down because of YouTube whole thing or whatever. But yeah, I'm back into it. Fuck it. Sometimes I gotta take a break though from these type of, like, I know the other side with Frankie and them, that's some predatory shit. But this deeper, like where we're listening to accounts of what happened or whatever and shit like that, and it's like real damaging
with that other side,
information is hard, you know.
I'm sorry, but that other side, the expose then already took place. You know what I mean? That was Michael Nowak, so that's already been exposed. But as you continue to bring out these stories, look at how many more teachers have been accused of sexually assaulting their students.
I got a playlist of that too.
Oh my goodness. I can only imagine.
There's a teacher in Maryland who had an appropriate interaction with their student. The student ends up killing another student, and he was still allowed to work at the fucking school. And there's all type of stuff. Shout out to Doe Eyes TV. She had put me on to some things, so I got a playlist of that as well. You know, it's a lot. Like, Maryland got a lot of stuff going on. They had a child predator. I believe he was like 21. He was at the high school, and he had already been a registered sex offender, and they let him go to school, but they had previously set laws against children that were going to school that were sexual predators being amongst other children and all that. So I definitely went behind her and, you know, gathered up the hints that she was dropping, the bread trails, in my opinion, you know, for those stories. So we gonna be back into it. Fuck it.
It's so much because, I'll never put your channel in jeopardy, but we're gonna touch on something real quick. That vote or die. I remember that vote when he started that vote or die shit.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Hey,
I'm glad you brought that
let's
up.
talk about it. Let's talk about it now. You know, to all of the listening members, the listening viewers, and what have you. You know, let's break this down. The Democratic Party. Let me say it for the record. The Democratic Party was the original party of slave owners. The Republican Party was started by Abraham Lincoln. Okay, let me say that again. The Democrat Party is the original slave party. The Dixiecrats, the Dixie South. Okay, the Republican Party was started by Abraham Lincoln, allegedly to abolish slavery. We know what his intentions were, but let's just put that into context. Okay, so the Democrats, if you fast forward the clock to this day, they still are the slave party. They want cheap labor. That's why they're bringing in all of these migrants. You know, they want to keep you a slave. Joe Biden with the 1994 crime bill emphasized the 13th Amendment, with slavery is abolished except when you commit crimes against the government and get sent to a penitentiary. You know, you become a slave again. And his 1994 crime bill took the prison population from 450,000 people to 6 million people in 6 years, you know, with the crack laws and everything, and implementing that RICO hard. So when you look at a person like Sean Combs and that vote or die, and look at the agenda that was behind it, it was made and implemented to keep us confused, divided, and caught up in this trap. You know, because the truth of the matter is, here we are with another vote or die. The last one was just in 2020, and everybody voted Joe Biden into office. Everybody, oh, I hate Trump. I couldn't understand it, knowing Joe Biden's political record. But you had Diddy.
Oh man, bro, you know we don't care about that, Ben.
Yeah.
Whatever Zaddy tell us to do is what we do, bro. You know that.
Yeah, that's the truth. That's the truth. And it was sad.
Hate it too.
Yeah, everybody ran out there and voted for Joe. And now look at the country. Gas across the country is went up 100%. Bottom line.
Yeah, I seen an article, I don't know how long ago it was, but they were saying that Big Macs in a state in America were like $18.
Exactly. McDonald's
like,
is not
what
even
in the
affordable
fuck?
no more.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Yeah, come on. You going to McDonald's and you coming out spending $20-something for a regular meal.
Facts.
You know? So he's twisted everything up from opening up that border and just allowing people to come up in this country undocumented, unvetted. And now these are going to be those very same people that are going to replace you and me, you know, because unfortunately our people don't want to be prowess. They don't want to be industrial. And they're going to allow other people to come in and just, I'm not doing that job. You know how we do. I need more than that. But these people will come in here and take it. They'll come in here and say, oh, that job is perfect for me, you know, and they'll pull their resources and they'll work together. And, you know, the next thing you know, we'll be at the bottom of the totem pole. You know,
You're also allowing them to just open up commerce. They be selling food and all these produce products and whatever. No licensing, no nothing. Just get out on the corner and sell it. You know how they'll sell produce at the turnpike or something, or the freeway entrance?
Right.
Yeah, they doing that shit heavy here. I'm from Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
And it's crazy what's going on here. So I could imagine what's going on in real cities.
Yeah, New York, same thing. It's the same thing. They have the freeway entrances with all types of fruit and water and candies and everything else. But, you know, then you have those that are going out delivering food. Can't even speak English, you know, and thanks to the technology, you know.
Can't even speak English, bro.
Yeah, it translates. So, you know, this whole vote or die thing was another part of the plan to say, yo, we out to destroy you Black Americans, man. You know, straight up.
Shout out to Chicken Ankles. We got Information Man Show up here. Y'all make sure that y'all check out his channel. What's good,
Peace.
Information Man Show?
Hey, what's going on, everybody? I'm doing fine. Thank you, Queen. Good discussion you having tonight.
Thank you.
I wanted to touch on the P. Diddy, the political shit. I mean, I think black people, we should know this already. The system has always been set up to destroy us. I call it the Democrats and the Republican Klan. They're both the same party. I heard the brother talk about the Dixiecrats, but remember the Dixiecrats, the strong Thurman types, were the ones that left the Democratic Party and jumped over to the Republican Party. Let's not forget that.
Right,
which,
right. I was going to say that.
we know that Joe
Right.
Biden, he hung out with these guys.
Mhm.
And he crafted that bill, that crime bill, which put a lot of black people, black men in particular, in jail. He was crafting that back in the early 90s. But we forget that as much as we talk about Joe Biden, we forget that it was Bill Clinton that signed his bill.
Correct.
We wanted to call him the first black president. That's kind of goofy, I think. Some, people that was talking that way at that time. But Queen, I wanted to touch on this, the P. Diddy situation. I just look at it as it's hens coming home to roost. This is a long time coming. It should have hit him a long time ago. There is rumors that he may even be an FBI informant when you look at all the things that he's been able to snake himself out of. So it makes me wonder if that's an element here. But I gotta say, when I look at rap music overall, because I go back into rap music going into the late 70s, I think we got to remember where rap music is today is not what rap music originally was before. It has morphed it into bullshit today. It has morphed it. It has a foundation from the 70s and the 60s when a lot of us growing up, like myself, and the baby boomers, we got to really look at the baby boomers because that was the generation that brought us a lot of this exploitation films, such as the Superfly. So when you look at these rappers emulating things like the mafia and sort of a lot of degenerate black, what we would call a pigment of black people, dialect, all kind of stuff, you got to look at a lot of those movies that came out back in the day that we looked at and we thought it was funny, but it really wasn't funny because a lot of these young men grew up and they're emulating what they grew up listening to in the house and all those old movies that really exploited the black community and stereotype black life. This is where it has really its true foundation because our baby boomer parents or fathers, parents, aunts, cousins, they were being introduced to this stuff when they were coming up and they were emulating it as well.
Yes.
So I think it all has a connection to each other. But, this is the problem though, Queen. When I did videos in the past about R. Kelly, it just amazes me how black people in general, some will make excuses for the behavior of black men like this who behave in this manner. Make all sort of come up with conspiracy theories for, this is why it's happened. No, the man was doing dirt and now it's coming back to hunt him. Now, even if it's about a liquor company that he's trying to sue, that they're trying to come at him, nobody can hurt you if you don't have anything dirty or you don't have anything to hide. And so it just is what it is with him. And I'm hoping that more people are revealed. Now, when you look at, I want to bring up Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather, amongst many of these celebrities, have been sort of defending P. Diddy. But remember this, when they're defending P. Diddy, the reality is that they're really defending themselves because of what could potentially be on those videos. Floyd Mayweather, I have a lack of respect for because he was asked a question in an interview, what if it had happened to his daughter? And he turned around and said that he would have to blame his daughter, Queen, for getting, and I'm saying to myself, and I said in my videos, right, I got the video. He gave an interview and he said, I'm not going to sit up here and judge P. Diddy about what he did or what he didn't do. But I know if my daughter was in that situation, it would have to be her fault. And I'm saying to myself, what if your daughter went to a party and somebody spiked her drink or something,
Right.
somebody grabbed up on her against her will, and you sitting up here on video saying that you would have to like look at her sideways? And then you look at the relationship with P. Diddy. He's hanging out with him. He's at the parties. Hell, I've even got a photograph of him and P. Diddy looking like they about to kiss.
Yeah.
Wow.
These people are demonic. They involved with each other. They having these after party behaviors. And the video I played on, there's the madam that I played. It's already documented. There's a madam that's been coming out saying that she supplied this man with drugs, prostitutes.
Hey, you got that audio,
the whole
bro?
9 yard. A whole 9 yard.
And then you got
wait a minute. This is what I'll do. Better yet, I got the goddamn video while she's talking. If the queen will let me
go ahead. Yeah, go
I'll
ahead.
pull it right up for you.
Man,
Hopefully
I love
this
this
whole thing
channel,
will
man.
work.
I heard
Let me pull this up.
Boosie was on Vlad TV and he weighed in on it and he went in. He went in a little bit or whatever. So I appreciate that. I know that in the beginning, before the video came out, he had a lot to say. Like, I mean, some people had, they were taking up for him, but it
Right.
appears that a lot of that has kind of died down.
Okay, I got the video. If you
scene,
can
the
let
Diddy
my
parties,
there you go.
etc. We have to be careful on some of the keywords we say, but substances were then brought in, and that's when things and women. And then at a certain point, you were asked to bring in certain amount of substances more than you were comfortable with, correct?
Right, but that was through the through Uncle Paulie. That was not for the party. So there's a difference between the parties and the studio and so on. That was just small amounts. But then obviously for me, it was not even the interesting part. Like with those substances, it was more like for parties. I was charged with 12 counts of an A1 felony. Related to drugs, trafficking, and so on and so on. Obviously, sometimes, mostly when they charge you, even the feds, they charge you with a lot of things, so something will stick to that because they were not looking for me. They were looking for me to give up my connect. They were looking for me to give out the names, right? So
How does Diddy's right-hand man not know that he's an informant for the feds right out the gate, right? And threw you under the bus to get it. Why are they trying to get your person? Are the feds covering up for Diddy? Are the feds working with Diddy to wipe out the competition because you're bringing some small party favors to a party? Are they trying to bring their own in? There's a lot of questions in my head then goes to why were the feds coming after you and not them? I mean, are these questions valid? Do you have these questions too?
Yeah. No, and again, I have talked to different people. One of my really good friends is Gene Deal, as he has been very big on this whole P. Diddy situation, has been talking about it for years. And he has told me that, look, in the streets, it's known that Uncle Paulie has been a rat. And the reason was because when all that stuff happened with the BMF, right? We go back to the Black Mafia family, which the drug ring has supported all the businesses of the music industry, right? Somehow Puff was probably involved as well, not maybe personally, but the crew around him. And a lot of people got arrested in year 2005 and 2006, but some people never got arrested, even they were very deep involved in it, right? And those people probably have to now work as a confidential informant. I'm not saying that is exactly how it went down. That's just like how it makes sense and how it has been talked about for many, many years. Because at the end of the day, if you decide to be a confidential informant, you will have to work for them for a very long time. And they were going to keep reuse you, and they're going to keep, and they're going to pay you as well, right? But in the end of the day, the way I saw Uncle Paulie, he was big in the streets. He was a gangster, quote unquote, right? I mean, he's known everywhere. He was a big guy with a big crew. And I never thought that he would be working with the feds, right? But yeah, and he has a lot of power, right? And he bought a media company, so he has just, and he has these videos of all these influential people, as we heard, right?
So, Queen, are you familiar with Uncle Paulie as relates to his relationship to P. Diddy?
I saw this woman, but but I don't really. I'm still catching up. So
Okay.
no, who is that?
So basically, like she was saying, this is a guy that was sort of like known in the streets, and he had a connection. I think he did some work, or with P Diddy. She brought up Deal. He has a YouTube channel. Deal. I've been talking about that brother quite a bit. Deal is the one who used to be P Diddy's main bodyguard back in the day at the very beginning of his rise, and and he's been spilling a lot of the beans about some of the things that he witnessed and have seen in terms of P Diddy's behavior. There's even talk out there with the brother Kirk, who was the vice president of Big Boy Records, who P Diddy cheated out of money and booted him out of the company. That this man has even put his hands on his mama and has been disrespected. And I believe all this stuff.
Wow.
That this man has a serious problem. P Diddy's got a serious problem.
And it's about time that he comes down. Joining us, we got Mac Mean. Shout out to Mac Mean if you'd like to check out his channel.
Matter of fact, let me.
No,
what's going
thank
on,
you
brother?
for sharing that. That's from Popcorn TV, right?
Yeah, right. I would definitely, Queen, keep an eye on that channel because that guy, he gets a lot of guests on
I'm
that are involved in that this situation. But let me do one more thing.
Popcorn Planet.
Let me pull another video. I want y'all to hear from I think it's Kirk Boris. This is the brother that was the president of Bad Boy Records, and I just want y'all to hear this one right here, what he said about how he had to clean up a lot of P Diddy's bullshit.
Well, a little bit of it now. We lost the number one guy that we have. Listen, smell a little bit of it. Learn a lesson. He said, nah, you out. I didn't pursue it with a lawsuit. I looked at it like this was big, black, beautiful. I had something to do with it. It looks good. I don't want to embarrass myself in front of all the other cultures that looked at us and said they were winning. This was beautiful. And say, oh, I knew something was messed up with those guys. I knew something was wrong. I was trying to hold that back. At the same time, it was the worst thing that could have ever happened. He didn't want to honor me with credit. He started erasing my names off the albums, taking me off of anything that had any history with the company. He never paid me not one thing out. Percentage-wise, legacy-wise from Bad Boy Entertainment, and I had 25%. In the legal world, I still have what they call a tolling agreement. If you give someone something, take it back and didn't give them a fair exchange in value for it, then it's not a consummated deal per se. I still have a claim.
So, Queen, I just want to say this, and I'm gonna step off the drop off the panel. Diddy has wronged so many people, which is why I'm surprised the man's even walking and talking. He has wronged so many artists, so many people that he's dealt with in business. You got so many people that have been dealt with him who have gotten sick. Weird things have happened. So I don't understand how anybody can make excuses for him when he's wronged men and women, obviously, women.
Right.
So, but I'm gonna drop off. Keep
I
doing your
appreciate
thing,
you
sister.
coming up. Thank you so
No
much. Y'all
problem
make
at all.
sure y'all check out Information Man Show's channel.
Thank you.
Going
Peace to the
in
brothers
over
on the
there.
panel too, as well. Good
Peace.
discussion y'all having tonight.
Peace.
Peace, brothers.
Hell yeah.
Good. Hey, Mac, I see you up in the building. Thank you for blessing us tonight.
Mac Mean, salam alaikum. Wa alaikum assalam. You know I'm on this nigga Diddy Heine. That nigga can't breathe, man. That nigga's a weak motherfucker. Yo, but remember that? You remember Andre Harrell from Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde?
I think that was before my time.
Yeah, Andre
Yeah.
Harrell is the founder of Uptown Records.
Yeah, man. Them niggas been grooming for a long time. And what I found out recently, when they was talking about Usher got sold off to the nigga, I didn't know that his mother really signed over the rights to him to when he was 15 fucking years old to the Diddy camp.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you know
Did
what?
you hear that Usher went to the hospital after a run-in with Diddy?
Yeah, for his butthole. But hey,
Yeah.
listen, what Information Man was saying about all the people that he wronged, I look at it like this, right? I think about all the people he wronged, but you know what? That's subjective, right? Because you never know. You know, some people might say that they was on trajectory to wrong themselves already. All right, so for the people that's eating Diddy dick, what about this? Diddy remind me of, you remember Crazy K from Tales from the Hood? Diddy gonna be that nigga that got so many ghosts around him. That's what his real problem is. You know what I'm saying? He gotta fight them demons, man. It ain't even the government, because with a good publicist and spending some money, we seen other people slither out of it, but we also seen motherfuckers go down, right? But them demons out of everything. Think about all those dead people, man. He had Biggie out here. Biggie was 19 years old, talking about he wanted to suck on somebody's daddy dick. Talking about he gonna fuck somebody in the butt and all
Yeah,
this.
that's
Wildin'.
crazy.
Go
Looking
listen
back
to
at the lyrics, yeah.
Yeah, that song "Weak of the Strong," you got it going on. You're dead wrong. Then they put Eminem on it talking about fucking worshiping Satan and shit. We was bopping to all this shit. That Africa band, we are rhythm to no real. Man, I went and go look at them pictures, man. I was like, these niggas had hot pink leotards on, and then Beach Street. I'm up the block. Me and Ben grew up with each other. I'm up the block trying to break dance with these motherfuckers, right? Trying to keep up with this shit. And then 30 years later, I go look at the fucking video. This nigga got leopard print, ball protectors, you know what I'm saying? Peacock feathers hanging out they fucking zebra print, man, bam. And then look, and not to be too long-winded, but I want to say something, right? Because I start questioning everything, right? I start looking, I start going, I said, fuck hip-hop. Let's talk about music. Look at Kurt Cobain. Go back to not even Lil Richard, Richie Valens and Buddy Holiday, and you know what I'm saying? Like, think about all of our rich black people, man. They took everything, man. They took everything that we ever had. My nigga Prince, they tried to destroy his legacy, said he killed himself. Michael Jackson said he tried to kill himself. James Brown, everybody dead, my nigga. And then fuck that. Look at the rappers. We want to go to rap. Yo, thousands of rappers. I got a video out talking about all the dead rappers, and I mentioned all their names. It was too many for the video. I was like 3 hours.
Damn.
They don't even. I think it's entertainment. I think it's music and all that. And it ain't no fucking gate. You ain't got to get to no limit. As soon as you get in, man, you affected, man. You wanna know why? Because listen, this is the old school record model theory, right? They was grooming these fucking kids since forever. Aaliyah was 15 years old getting fucked by R. Kelly, Jay-Z. Go look at the pictures with DMX. She was hugged up with DMX, all up in between his lap and shit like that, bruh. And then Dame Dash was a fuck, and Dame Dash went and fell in love with her. Act like he had a claim against Jay-Z. To act like he didn't know that Jay-Z was setting up shop against him from day one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All these,
How do you feel about the Kathy White situation?
Kathy?
With Jay-Z, that he may have
I know.
her getting her
They were saying that she was, like she was a part of the government. They were saying that she got some drug dealers taken down back in the days with DEA and stuff. I really don't know. I know this. I know that they was fucking Aaliyah when she was 15. Lil Kim was running around.
They sexually abused her.
Yes, they took advantage of her.
Yeah.
I mean, they dogged Aaliyah out. Everything that I'm doing when it come down to tracking down these predators has something to do with Aaliyah. Because without no purpose, you ain't got shit. I had to put something in my head to give me a personal reason to do it. And when I start researching Aaliyah and her history and everything, it made me want to really dig deeper. Because it's like, yo, we as black people, we're focused on hip hop. But let's think about rock and roll. They stole that. Look what they did with the Lil Richard. And look how he look. Look how we look as people. You know what I'm saying? This was a short order because they got us doing it to ourselves now. You know what I'm saying? Like for real. But back in the days, I feel like it's just entertainment in itself. You know, like that form of advertising was based off of destroying people. Look at all the child actors. Look at Disney. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like they did them dirty. They was worshiping Aaliyah when she was a fucking child. Now, let me give you a brief.
Nickelodeon, all them. Yeah.
Check this out, Queen.
House Club. Yeah.
Now, for the people that don't know, I had 20 years. I ended up doing 12 years in jail, right? One of the biggest things I did when, you know, in between beating niggas the fuck up and shit like that, when I was in the box, excuse my language, right? I took a lot of time to read. And one of the series that I read was a series called The Vampire Chronicles. I'm going to show you the correlation of how Aaliyah comes into this, right? Now, this series of books, this starts as Interview with the Vampire. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And then it goes into a book called Lestat. And then it goes into a book called Queen of the Damned. Right? Ain't that the movie she was in?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Now that movie was about a 6,000-year-old vampire. You feel me? A 6,000-year-old vampire, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm trying to say is that the roles that they were fitting her for, you understand where I'm coming from, was designed for the wrong type of worship, if y'all understand what I'm saying. Like, these were young ass fucking kids. She got sold out, yes, by Anne Rice, Memnoch the Devil, Telltales, Lasher. All of those books come from that. It's about oh man, it's deep. It has something to do with witchcraft and some vampire shit. Now, although it's a fictional book, it has real accounts of true history.
Spirit cooking.
Say that again?
Aware of spirit cooking.
Oh God.
We could get deep in this.
Now look, it goes back into the free people of color. People think that everybody in America was black was enslaved, and I know I'm going all around the world.
No,
but I do.
It makes sense. Yeah,
but we weren't. There were a lot of free black people that actually owned slaves and bought things back from the motherland. You know what I'm saying? That brought things back from the motherland that kept them free. Let's just put it that way. And also prosperous. You know what I'm saying? Like they had the biggest plantations. They were traders. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the things that they bought over here back then was stolen, you know what I'm saying, and used for the wrong reasons. Some of that shit was placed actually into the music, and it goes back into, I'm talking about some ancient shit, into the Celtic Druid priests. They used to put spells into the fucking music. Back in the days in the 70s, subliminal advertising was outlawed in America. What they did was place fucking, let's just put it this way, messages and advertisements. I'm talking about even
through backmasking. So if you play it backwards, it says something else.
Something like that. But even deeper than that. I mean, Coca-Cola cans, when you look at a drop of the fucking, like the mist that's coming off the glass, you magnify it and you'll see a pair of titties, ass, and shit up in there. They outlawed that shit. You know what I'm saying?
What was it? Aladdin, they had the word sex pop up.
Yeah, well, it will be flashing. It will be flashing the word sex in Aladdin. That's right. And all of those Disney films.
Yes.
And also those Disney films were geared to turn us black people violent. You know what I'm saying? They advertise that shit to us. You go to suburbs, half of this shit that we grew up on, you didn't see that. You know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers banging each other heads in and shit, blowing each other up and all that. You know what I'm saying? That was teaching us how to become violent.
Yeah, Warner Brothers was some violent shit, man.
Yes, and when I'm telling you about this subliminal advertising and the fact that they said they outlawed it in the 70s, they never did. They just found newer ways to induce that shit to us. And a lot of it, in the Bible, they say words or spells or something like that, right? That shit is true. It's true. Those 808s back. Those what they call those shits, Jermaine?
What's that?
The reel-to-reels, you know what I'm saying? When they had
reel-to-reels.
Yeah, man. Like with the music industry, when they say that there's a door that you go through, it's not no specific door. Like I said earlier, as soon as you sign your contract, the contract is geared to rob you and to groom you. You want to know why? Because they don't promise you to. They say that you owe a record to them, but they don't say that they have to make you. They don't say that they have to release the record. You know what I'm saying? So that's how you get people caught up in 7-year contracts, never did a record, but they living off a stipend or per diem. You know what I'm saying? Meaning, yo, bro, we're gonna keep you in the studio, we're gonna keep you around as an entourage, but at $100 a day. You feel me? And then, you know, by the time the time comes, it's already done because you know you didn't cross that line. That door is for real.
You believe in the black boulet?
Yes, I do. Me and Ben Diesel worked. Well, I worked at Def Jam, and he used to go up there. He was shopping a book back in the days. I hope I'm not telling them too much, bro.
Not at all.
Right? He was shopping a book up there. Ironically, I would see Ben Diesel in Def Jam. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, not just in Def Jam, in the Universal
building.
Yeah.
Now check this out. Now this motherfucker is shopping a book. He running around with Dipset, you know what I mean? And I'm not gonna say the names, but some of the wealthiest weed growers in North America. Let's just put it that way. Back then he wasn't, you know what I mean? But what I'm trying to illustrate is this, right? I worked there for 4 fucking years, and the shit that I tell you that I seen with my own eyes will have you. Nah, he got to be lying. But nah, I was on payroll. You know what I'm saying? And I can tell you some stories. And some of the shit, you know, those NDAs are ironclad. I'm gonna tell you why the NDAs, and I'm gonna land with this. NDAs, non-disclosure agreement, right? Now, some people think that the NDAs aren't ironclad. But what happens is you get somebody that you did something foul to. Let's say whether it was Diddy or anybody that's of stature, right? They record you because you went into their residence. They already had everything recorded. They put you under the NDA, and when you threaten them, they find your bottom line. Maybe your bottom line is $250,000. They give you that $250,000, and under that $250,000, that NDA stands, right? Now, what happens is when the money runs out, they get desperate.
Go ahead. I'll be right back.
Yeah, when the money run low, that's when they start challenging the NDA. Normally, it's after a 7-year period. So look at all of these things that's happened when they say that this is a Me Too movement. No, it's not really a Me Too movement. You just have a group of bitches that was around the same time that was getting treated the same way that's popping out. That's it. The ones that ain't get their money, the best thing Diddy could do, you know what I'm saying, is go and you know what I'm saying, get one of those residencies next door to Russell and Bali.
Yo,
funky
yo,
ass.
do you think he got enough money to settle all of these cases?
Of course not. Yo, listen, you already know what it is, Diesel. This shit is about whoever is over him. And also, too, knocking us down as moguls, man. It started back in the days, man. As soon as they start talking about Suge and all them niggas and Jay Prince and everybody was talking about getting their shit together, distribution, Master P, boom. Next thing you know, Murder Inc. got a Fed case. We was up in there when that happened. I watched them clear the Def Jam building out.
Right. No, that is true.
Yeah, this shit is real.
They start talking that mogul shit, and I'm a billionaire, and that's what happened with Master P. Master P got caught up out there. He let Forbes magazine put him down as the $500 million man. And that's why he had to hire Johnny Cochran, because the IRS has a rule book. And in that rule book, it states that if you make any admission to your net worth that gets published in any type of financial periodical, magazine, newspaper, or what have you on the news, it becomes a matter of fact. So when he let Forbes put him up there as the $500 million man, the IRS stepped to him and was like, well, oh yeah, okay, well, you only filed X amount of dollars for taxes this year. So how is it you worth this much and you only filed here? You're saying you're worth this, you know? So he got caught up with a goddamn, and look it up if you don't believe what I'm saying. That's why he had to hire Johnny Cochran, and he ended up. Remember, Master P was at the top at one point. The reason why Master P fell off and faded into darkness like that is because he had to pay the IRS $80 million cash to settle that case. That's what Johnny Cochran brokered out that deal for him. He had to pay them $80 million based on the alleged amount of money he said he was worth.
Can I ask y'all a random question real quick? If one of y'all know the answer, because I've been thinking about this shit all day, right? Do you think that Polite seen Nature Boy in jail?
No, they're in 2 different states. One's in Florida and one's in Atlanta.
Oh.
Yeah,
But I think Diddy gonna end up with charges like York.
yeah.
Like Dr. York, he definitely gonna end up with them. But no, I don't think somebody said that he's still in holding. They don't know where to classify him. Polite. Or it might have been Nature Boy. That's interesting too. I need to go look that.
But I'll tell you one thing, I think Diddy about to see R. Kelly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
R. Kelly wear bandana
Well,
every
wait.
day.
Is R. Kelly's case, is it federal or is it state?
I believe he was federal.
Okay,
I believe he was federal. Yeah.
Ouch.
Because this is about to be a federal case on Sean Combs. And like I said,
Mac, you seen that picture of Polite and Diddy together?
Oh hell no! You know out of
It's on my community tab. I'm about to pull it up right now.
Yeah, yo, but R. Kelly's case is a federal case, and his case. I'm gonna tell you how it works. You have a appellate division, and you have his federal appeals court has upheld his conviction as of 30 days ago, April 26th. So he's not going nowhere. He's sitting tight.
Yeah.
There it goes.
Look at these dudes. That nigga Polite try to hit me up with that Roy Khan shit. I was like, nigga, please. I'm trying to do the same shit you doing, nigga. Fuck you talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, the Raycon headphones you talk about?
No. His shit. Royco, whatever the fuck, the stock investing thing.
Okay, yeah. I got you. You tried to scam you.
He tried it.
Yeah, he's out here dirty. He was out here dirty.
That nigga was
he's been kind of quiet too. I've been keeping my eye on him. He's been kind of quiet, not a lot of jail videos or whatever coming out where Aminette is recording or whatever. But there is a whole shitload of now I Am Brother Polite pages on Instagram. Like there was several before, but now it's like it's unending. So I don't know what's going on there. They probably like, yeah, why he gone? We gonna scam off.
That nigga's a master scammer, yo. But once I start seeing him putting that shit on his face, like what's that other that big diesel nigga with the one braid in the back of his head that be dancing and shit? What's his name? From Harlem.
Shaka Amo.
Oh God, not Shaka Amo.
That nigga was giving me, yo, I was up in here drinking one day and me and my girl was looking at it. I'm like, man, get this nigga the fuck off my TV, man. He sings with such passion. Fucking mook.
Man, he be I will show you.
Yeah, man. These niggas got some bad past. If you want to know what it is, it's them niggas from back in the days. It's them niggas from back in the days that was thinking that shit. I could tell you some horror stories, but a lot of those niggas, you gotta think, man, times have changed, man, and they developed these new laws that make shit that was regular back in the days look sick today. Back in the days, them niggas some nasty ass motherfuckers.
Right.
Yeah.
That nigga Shaka is doing a fucking worm on the floor and with two bitches in it. I'm like, oh hell no.
Yo, y'all remember when he grabbed that guitar and started playing Sonetta song and shit?
Get the fuck out. That nigga got extensions in here.
Yeah, he cut it off though. Now, he took it out, because it was extensions. But yeah, that's a running joke over here. That nigga looked like a fool with that shit. But he literally got the like curtains up all over his house so that like the inside it looks like a cloth, like Hermetic pyramid,
like Pharaoh shit. Like Pharaoh shit.
Yeah, this dude is wild as hell. Like
I bet when he take that body off, he got a fucking 13-year-old girl up under that shit. That nigga's a bitch.
He probably do. Probably do.
How he dancing? I swear to God, he was doing the worm on the floor. You heard?
Yeah.
I looked at the show. I was like, hell no! I toasted his ass.
No, you're supposed to. Yeah, you're supposed to. Again, this is. I'm not surprised by none of this shit, man. I'm not surprised, but this is why I've been quiet for so long, because I said I know it's going to hit the fan. Everybody's going to get their expose time. Because y'all been fucking the community over for way too long, man. The community is damn near on the last leg, especially here in New York, Mac. Goodness gracious, New York, they went to hell in the handbasket, man. This shit is terrible out here. And like you said, when you listen to this music, the prevailing culture here now is this drill rap, and it's nothing but, yo, I'm gonna kill you,
Bro, I
See,
think all the
I do like some abusive ass music. Like, I don't know, it just like the beat gotta slap. You gotta talk shit. Like, that's what, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, I'm just being real.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I do like other music, but I remember like when I was a little girl, the music was definitely different. You know, I listened to a lot of R&B back then, some rap and shit, but you know, R&B mostly, you know. But I do like that type of music. I do. I can't help it.
I ain't mad at you.
Yo,
But
you know what I have a problem with a lot of musicians that died tragically, like with drugs. Like look at Marvin Gaye, his own father. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, Selena. You know, like music, the music game. Not to cut your wisdom, Ben. The music game. It just feel like, you know what I mean. The more we peel them layers back, we like, damn, man. They had us delusional. Even if you think about the songs, our mothers and them had us singing. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of those songs weren't made for us. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know?
Right. It's crazy to look at old music and listen to it now with adult ears, you know? It's different. But go ahead, man. I think I cut you off.
no, I ain't saying nothing. Go ahead.
I was done.
But no, what Mac was saying about the music, you know, even back then, a lot of the music was sexually oriented, you know, but they was just real clever on how they was saying it. Now it's just yo, whatever goes, you know.
Yeah, they some wild boys. He said Marvin had a teenager too.
Who, Marvin Gaye?
Man.
That's crazy. Yeah, that story, I was like, what the fuck?
I'm getting all of them. I'm just not gonna listen to music no more. I'm about to get Ray Charles too for fucking with them girls' wrists. You know what I'm saying?
What?
I always there. I need to know this. Man.
Oh, I'm definitely gonna have to tune back into Mac Mean. Mac always come through. Like, I listen to Mac a lot of the times at work, of course, with headphones, because Mac is unfiltered. But I do enjoy, you know, even if I don't agree with his take on things, I respect him. I know that he's knowledgeable about a lot of the inner workings of everything in the music industry and stuff like that. So
you know what it is, Queen? I know that we are entertaining people too. And a lot like I'm mixing like 40% trolling in with some stuff, you know what I'm saying? You know, but just to keep them entertained. But for the most part, this is my honest opinion. I just feel like my experience, I worked in television 10 years. I worked at Def Jam for 4 years. I've been around the entertainment game for a long time, and I had a blindfold over my eyes because these same cats, right? Whether it was Hove, I worked with Hove, I worked with Puffy, I worked with, you know, all the niggas at Rockefeller, Universal, Tommy, not Tommy Boy, a couple later. I've been around, and I didn't see it the way I see it now that we online. You know, like when you start listening to stories, you got to have like a certain amount of discernment and be like, you know, what's the common denominator between all these people coming out, and then you have to go into your spiritual world, right? And I feel like this, Tevin too. Damn, shit. Bro. You know what Puffy did to get Mary out that deal? He went. I mean, Suge did. Suge went and threatened Puffy. But what I was trying to say was that I just feel like I looked at this shit. We could kind of co-sign things without even knowing. Like when I go back and look at the Biggie songs, I'm like, damn, Puffy, you had this nigga. And not even the trolling shit. I'm just saying like some of the other things like Ready to Die, just the coffins and all that. You know what I'm saying? He spoke that shit into existence, man. Pac did the same thing. And what's so sad is that was shocking to us back then. But those were two rappers, and now you got thousands of these rappers, whether it's the Alabama niggas, the Chicago niggas, the New York niggas, the Jersey niggas, they all operate in the same, you know, on demon time. They summons that demon and they even rap like that. The New York drill rappers, they rap like this. They talking like this. All of them, even girls. You know what I'm saying?
I saw my oldest son listening to some New York dude, and I don't know, no disrespect, because anybody's voice, you know, my voice sound different too. But dude sounded like the leprechaun in the hood. Okay. I just could not do it, you know. And he looking at me like, but mom, I'm like, no, that is not it. He not even riding the beat correctly. You know, it's just like he's talking, but it's like, blah, 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 blah. It just sounds weird. Like I just didn't. It's
It,
different.
it invoke a certain feeling, and you're right. My son, a couple of years ago, right? My oldest, he's a Marine now. This is when he was like 15 years old. I went and looked at this nigga book, right? I told this motherfucker to write me an essay on his perspective of a credit score. Not to say the definition of it, but his. I go look at the nigga book. This nigga is writing a rhyme. He talking about drilling. Right. It was one line. He said something about riding down on the ops. So I came in the room. I'm like, yo, bro, when the last time you rode on the op? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Now my son's brown skin. This nigga turned red. I was like, nah, I want you to justify what the fuck you saying, because you speaking that shit into existence. You never had a gun. You a good kid. Got good grades, and you a bitch ass nigga. That's it. Keep it like that.
All besides the bitch ass nigga thing, I think you did a great job.
No, I had to let him know that
a
he's
lot of the
off.
times they'll like zone in and they really think that that's their life.
But now, Queen, let me
You know
say,
what I mean?
let me say this, Queen. Why he said you a bitch ass nigga? Because when we came up, me and Mac Mean, there was a fight in the streets every day amongst kids.
Word.
I'm talking about, yo, you really had to show your hand skills in order to survive in the hood.
On a one block.
That's just one block. You talking about walking through a block and somebody, yo, he from this block. We want to see how nice y'all are. Throw your hands up.
Throw your hands up ASAP. We got monumental fights on the block, man. Monumental, like to this day, like at the cookouts, we still talking about them fights we had from 8 because you remembered it. You know what I mean? But what's so weird is that you also gain that person's respect. You know what I mean? Because now we know what type of time we operating on. You know what I mean? And
There was
that
a fight, nobody died. You know what I'm saying? Which is better than just shooting a motherfucker and they can't come back to life.
So he's saying that to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, these kids today ain't fighting. I tell some of my nieces and nephews the same shit. You know, like when the last time you had a fight in the streets?
Yeah. I told him and his brother to go outside and fight. Nigga was talking about video on what game? Nigga, get the fuck, give me everything electronic. Give it to me. You know what I'm saying? Like give me all that shit.
Yeah.
Keep it real. My baby moms is the one that allowed them to play with devices. You gotta earn the right to be on a device. You gotta learn. Like in my crib, you going fishing. My sons is jumping on kayaks and shit like that. That's why there's no secret why niggas went for the Marines, because we didn't have all that fucking phone shit. That's only when you with your mother. Like my son in the other room right now, he know, get off the phone, bro. Do some push-ups, nigga. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna fuck up.
Right.
Yeah, stay off that dummy device.
It was very different, you know, when we was growing up. You would stay out damn near all, you know, the lights come on and shit.
We remembered our mother's number by heart. We remember the post office number. We remember everybody's number by heart. We don't remember shit now. We remember the picture. What letter it starts with? They don't even write script.
Right.
They don't even write script. That shit was art. Yo, we oh man, yeah, it's different. We sound like the old cats, but I'm gonna tell you something, right? We do have a new generation of kids that's moving into that spiritual world, because for real, the look on these little niggas' faces be scaring the fuck out of me. We gotta have some of them that's entering something, because they're gonna need something strong to get these niggas out of that fucking zone. Because back in the days, okay, New York might have been doing certain things and certain cities might have been doing certain things, but you didn't get the first-hand view. You know what I mean? So it didn't spread like that. Just like with an artist, like, you know, like the artist was able to be developed because you wasn't seeing a personal life every day on TV. You had to go to a concert. You had to go pick up a flyer or something. You had to know where to be in order to be a part of the moment. You know what I'm saying? Today, it feels like instead of getting into the person's art, we don't get into the art. We get into their life. You know what I mean? And
that's a great point.
Actually, the artist can't sell unless you get into life. Niggas do not want to hear the best rapper alive. You know, I don't care about him. Who did he kill? Who he's dating? You know what I'm saying? Did he go to jail? You know what I mean?
Is he in any legal trouble?
Yeah.
Got any cases on him?
And that's been going on for a while, because they've had the tabloids, and I think that's how they dangled it in our face to get us to, you know, then be worrying about it. Remember all the magazines that came out, you know, like hip hop magazines, or you know, I can't remember their exact names, like the beat for some reason.
The Feds, the Sauce, all them joints.
Yeah,
Sauce
yeah.
magazine, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, so wild too that they like in the spirit of what Queen was saying, that they, you know, they just picking anybody. Oh, well, actually, it's almost the opposite. They're picking specific people. You want to know why? Because look, they picking these risky motherfuckers. The right thing they gave cheap when they the crime rate was perfectly normal until, I mean, according to American standards, big city standards, until they gave Chief Keef $4 million. That nigga put so many guns in the hood. You know what I'm saying? And they essentially killed each other. You know what I'm saying? It's like that book. I don't know if you ever read this Stephen King book called Needful Things. It was also a movie. Like the devil came into the city, sold them a bunch of dreams. At the end of the shit, sold them guns. Right? The record company is designed to take risky people, just like television is designed on the reality shows to pick out risky women to create a more of a fan base for whatever they're trying to do. So the record company does that because of the insurance policies. They want to take risky motherfuckers that are going to get killed. That way they could cash out on their shit. The old school way was taking their publishing flat out, like Diddy did Biggie. Give him $150,000 and essentially steal all of his fucking publishing. You know what I'm saying? That's what the big companies is doing. They get these risky motherfuckers. Don't stop them. Don't put them through risk assessment and none of that. They don't. The risk assessment is opposite. And regular companies, they want low risk. You know what I'm saying? And the record company, they want high risk. Why do you think they put all these dummy rappers on with this mumble rap shit? You can't fucking hear shit that they saying, but yeah, you're rocking because the beat is crazy. When Future first came out, I thought this shit was bizarre. A year later, he's my favorite rapper. He sounds exactly like that. And we was out here jumping for joy to this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's gonna be a terrible swim upstream. But first, they're gonna out everybody. I'm telling you, man. Just like what you on YouTube. Think about YouTube, and I'm gonna land with this on this point, right? YouTube who's ran by fucking Leor or Liar Cohen, who ran Def Jam, who had more than 300 artists in there until they launched the federal case against Murder Inc.
Murder Inc. Yeah.
Yeah, they reduced 300 artists down to 9 artists in that whole fucking Universal situation, right? He runs YouTube. Right now, 93% of all YouTube channels are demonetized. You know what I'm saying? Because they restructuring everything. The algorithm is different. That's why you see that now vertical lives instead of like the shorts. You know, you just flick it up. Now you're gonna flick up on YouTube and you see a whole fucking live. Right? They're restructuring the algorithm. You know what I mean? And they about to pump some new devil dope out this motherfucker. And it's gonna come directly through the music. Before they was pussyfooting because black people was doing a good job of killing themselves. Now they about to tweak this shit the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? And the way they're gonna do that, they was making way too many millionaires on YouTube. Let's keep it real. Way too many niggas, especially during COVID. Everybody thought they was a DJ or something, and a lot of people end up making millions of dollars and start investing in this shit. You know what I'm saying? Into crypto and things that was being lucrative at that time. That's a flip. I'm telling you, they're restructuring this algorithm and this shit that they doing as far as exposing people. That shit, the Cat Williams said, 2024. Nah, 2024 and beyond. It's a wrap.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
It was suggested that we look into really quick the rise of crash out music. I did find this. I was going to say cheap. This short video of them talking about it. It's only 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Let's have a look. I got the credits right here.
It just seemed like I want everybody.
So do you?
Duh.
So more and more as of recently, crash out music has been trending like crazy, bro. Laser dim.
Kid a little out spot, I went feeling it. Look when we can try to get your little city hit. Come in your hood trying to get your little city lit. Shoot a little stick to me, hot fuck a cooler kid. Boy, you're a bitch, you still drink titty milk. Lift and plant that spot cause you finish it. Easy for us to get dropped. Easy for us to try to come straight block it your whip.
Damn, no mommy, yo, sticky. Got a nigga out here feeling picky.
Baby Kia.
3 things I thought you must have heard. 80 shots come out the CA, leave on based on the bird.
Picasso.
Hey, leave that hoe in the day, I ain't even gon' fail. I ain't even allowed to drive. Hop in black, dark nights while grabbing the drink. Young nigga, this on who? This on way till it's not your place.
I'm telling you, bro, crash out music is trending like insane. I don't even know how this shit started. It might have started when, you know, the whole Atlanta wave was coming up more and more as of recently, you know. Niggas like Dirtball as well.
It's going what? They got what he say? It's going to.
I don't know where he's from. He might be from Atlanta too, but Picasso's from Florida. And I wouldn't say Picasso is like, you know, crash out music. He's more just like Florida ATL crash out. Ah, shit. Yeah, he's definitely a crash out, but he's definitely a crash out.
I ain't even allowed to drive. Hop in black, dark nights while grabbing the drink. Young nigga, this on who? This on way till it's not your place.
Anyways, bro, AB Kia, oh my God, bro. If you had TikTok installed in the past fucking 3 months, you've definitely heard this nigga song, bro.
Knife on the stick, trying to get jiggy. They have found that boy alive, all of his body parts was missing.
They had found that boy alive. All of his body parts were missing. Yo, this nigga's a demon, bro. It's like Atlanta niggas just get behind a microphone and just rage the fuck out. Like they have no regard for life or anything, bro. And them niggas be saying real ass lyrics and shit. Like I feel like half of them Atlanta niggas really be like doing what they talk about.
You eat the wrong one, I swear to God, but that's on you. All I know is if you spit that shit out, boy, but I shoot. 6 people in the house, they all dying. I put gasoline in their air fryer. 7 grams of Molly in the Henny.
Now, Laser Dim, I don't really know where he's from. He might also be from Atlanta. I'm not gonna lie. The way he talks is actually, yeah, I just remembered. There's a Twitter account called Atlanta Translator, and all they do is just translate Laser Dim's tweets. So yeah, he's for sure from Atlanta. But I have no idea where this wave came from. Like, it probably originated off of TikTok. But I want to know who started it. Mainly, I think it was Dirtball, because he was the first one to do them ad libs that like were just tweaking the fuck out. Like he was off like fucking fentanyl or some shit.
I take him.
It low key reminds me of like old X, but just like
that shit is annoying as hell. Hold on, we almost done.
Actually, no, I'm not gonna lie. X was way crazier. I was about to say these Atlanta crash out niggas was crazier than X. Hell no, bro. That nigga X was talking about some crazy ass shit. But real shit though, I wonder like what do these niggas eat every day to be screaming into the mic this hard and be doing all this bullshit? Now I'm gonna keep it a buck. Me personally, I don't think Dirtball is good at all. That's just a personal opinion. Hey, I don't think Dirtball is good. I like Baby Kia's shit. That shit fire. Laser Dim, he has to be like one of the top all-time crash outs. He don't even be screaming. He just like got a very unique flow.
Scary nigga, but you don't gotta walk with me. Stand my fine shit. She not trying to talk to me. Niggas in my comments tripping trying to talk to me.
And the nigga said when he tries like rapping and shit, that shit never blows up. But when he just be fucking around on the mic, that shit be going crazy.
I don't rap for real. I already done rap for real. Like when I was trying to come up, that when I was rapping for real, trying my hardest. No, I ain't even finna try no more. Cause I dropped Swain. Y'all fucking with Swain. That shit so ass. The Asian rock shit so ass. Like y'all just fuck anything. So no, I ain't gonna never try no more. I ain't even gonna try no more. I'm gonna just do it, nah. Like, fuck. Like how y'all like that ass song, bro? Asian rock, bro. That shit got 70,000 views in one day. So shit, I really tried on and didn't do that. Like, what the fuck?
And I low-key get it, because that's really how it be with most of these rappers. Like, Cardi, anybody will just eat up whatever Cardi just fucking shits out. I remember when niggas thought Cardi was 645 AR. And at a point, I thought those niggas were the same person. I'm not gonna lie.
I do the squeaky voice, but nothing sweet.
I remember those days I had no rights. I remember those days I had no stats. You want respect? Go get you a stat.
But honestly, I'm happy to see that, you know, Florida, not really drill music. I don't really want to call it drill music, because, bro, drill is so trash. New York drill is, I said drill, nigga, I'm stupid. New York drill is fucking garbage music, bro. If you listen to New York drill, you're a fucking drone. Niggas still listening to Shy EK and fucking K Flock in 2024, yeah, you're fucking cooked. But real shit though, if you know where this fucking Atlanta crash out music started, please type it in the comments, because I have no idea where this shit started from. I think it started from Dirtball. I'm not gonna lie. But that's all I got for you guys in this one. Speaking of no auto music.
All right, so there's that. Oh shit, I see Stevie J.
Yeah, it get worse, man. It get worse.
That shit, that ain't even drill. Like, I don't know what that is. That shit's trash. But shout out to that guy for doing the video. That's crazy.
Remember I said they was how they be rapping?
Yeah, you ain't never lied. That's the truth.
That shit is crazy. It's crazy. It's not even enjoyable. It's not in the, you know what I'm saying? It's like,
yeah, I mean, how would you go to a club and dance with a female with that? You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck are y'all supposed to do? You know, like, come on now.
More likely to rob her.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck are you supposed to do at a club to that music, man? Come on, like, and to what's his name? P. Diddy. He's at fault. He's to blame for this. You know, he's still doing this dumb shit. Act bad and all this dumb shit. Nigga, you 50-something years old, man. Right here
54.
telling these women to act bad, and we know music takes a whole different meaning today. You know, they taking it literal. You know, they taking it literal. Pull guns, shoot motherfuckers, rob. You know, come on, man. You too old for this shit. So now his shit got to come out. Bill Gates had asked, whoever corrupted Diddy must be a real demon. Well, that was Clive Davis.
Yeah.
And Clive
Thank
Davis
you.
recently came out the closet. You know what I mean?
Yes.
At 80-something years old, talking about, oh, I'm bi. Oh, really, Clive? So now we really know what's going on.
Yeah.
Hey,
And then, you know, he got a circle of niggas that be on the same shit around him. Go ahead, my bad.
I gotta step down, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Always a pleasure. You already know.
Thank you for
Yo,
coming
Mac, it's
up,
always a
Mac.
pleasure. We talk.
Appreciate
We'll
you.
be in touch real soon. You already know.
Yeah, tap in, bro. Tap in. You know we got work to do, bro.
Yes, yes. Much
Salute to the
love.
chat. Y'all good night.
Much love. Shout out to Mac Mean. Y'all check out his channel. Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, I enjoy his take on it too. And Information Man Show be going the fuck in as well. So shout out to both of them. Y'all probably can't see the links, but there's the name Information Man Show.
Yeah, I'm gonna
And
definitely
Mac
tap into
Mean.
information, man.
Yeah, I like how he, you know, he got the sophisticated flow, but I like Mac's hood shit. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah.
Like I like both. You know, I'm
Well,
not
you know,
polar in that manner.
part of the intelligentsia, and you know, to what Mac Mean was saying, how this YouTube is about to reconstruct and reconfigure itself. Part of the intelligentsia is you need a blend of real brothers from all aspects. You know what I mean? You need a Def Dapster, you need a Ben Diesel, you need a Mac Mean, you need an Information Man Show, because you know, from what I sense of about, and I'm just speaking from a male standpoint. Excuse me, it's no emotion, it's no animosity, it's no contention. You know, we could all speak. Nobody had no what do you call it, venom in their voice about
Right.
somebody else's ideas, you know.
Yeah.
We could agree to disagree, so forth, so on. But you know, it's going to take that type of connection. It's going to take women like yourself, you know, the queens, you know, because again, the most powerful piece in the chessboard is the queen, you know. So we're going to have to start maneuvering and moving that way now, in terms of really using our women, you know, for the powers that they are. And the women got to start recognizing the powers that they are, you know what I mean? The power that they hold. And I ain't just talking about sex, you know. I ain't just talking about sex, because sex is supposed to bring about reproduction, you know. So yeah, we know it's enjoyable and pleasurable and all that, but if we not trying to set up the next generations, then yo, we failing. We failing as parents, we failing as guardians, we failing as custodians if we not trying to set up the next generations for success. Because if we keep going at this pace in comparison to everybody else in the world, look at where our kids are going to be when we're old and gray. You know, it's not like, you know, our parents, regardless of what we say about the music and who was with who, the music was still enjoyable, it was still safe. And the music is a reflection of the culture, you know. So if the music today is going to have women just disrespecting themselves and the men talking about killing each other, then what are we left with?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because this shit, the rate that is going is we going to hell in a handbasket.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. And you can't
That's
sit back and turn a
you have
blind eye to it.
children. Yeah. And then you look back and you're like, I mean, I remember even from when I was younger, the world has changed so much, like drastically.
Right before your very eyes, though, Queen. Like
Captures.
you went to sleep one day and you woke up and it's a whole different world. You know?
Right.
And it's not like gradual change from the like I say, from the reel to reel to the 8-track or the phonograph to the tape player to the CD. You know, you saw gradual changes from the rotary phone to the dial phone to the mobile phone to the cell phone. You know, what we're seeing right now is just a abrupt change in the level of respect, the level of care, the level of concern, the level of love that we don't have for each other, that just disappeared overnight. I mean, how did we come through the crack 80s and survive and still have a better network in our community during that time than what we have now? Nobody speaks to each other. I mean, especially in New York. New York is some cold-blooded shit. You know, people get on the bus and train for the last 20 years together. Nobody say good morning. You know, so we've taken on Western culture. We starting to act like Westerners. You know, this cold-blooded attitude that we having, and we passing it on to our kids. And like I said, everybody better wake up and smell the coffee and start taking responsibility and accountability for what your role in just each one teach one. You know, if you could reach one youth and make one youth see life in a different, positive way, you did your job.
Right. That's a fact. That is a fact. That's a fact.
Right.
Def, so you've been quiet for a minute. You got anything to say?
Man, I mean, sometimes, man, you just gotta sit back and listen. I kind of feel this is one of those times for me. You know, a bunch of this stuff is stuff that I know about. I'm sure a lot of the other listeners know about it. But man, sometimes just hearing somebody else talk just gives you a whole nother perspective and another view. So that's just where I'm at. I'm just listening and just, you know, learning different perspectives. Like it's amazing how many of us are all thinking and feeling the same thing.
I agree.
It's like what Information Man was saying about the Dixiecrats and Strom Thurmond. But even before Strom Thurmond, what I didn't say was how Andrew Johnson, the Democrat, was elected to be Abraham Lincoln's vice president. So this is where the switcheroo came into play, because when Abraham Lincoln got killed, the Democrat who was his vice president, Andrew Johnson, became president. So he just automatically brought the Democrat values right into this new Republican Party. And this is why it's one and the same now. You know, so even before Strom Thurmond, that's the origins of how the switcheroo took place, and it became one and the same with the Republican and the Democrats. You know, so you know, again, like you said, it's just different perspectives. Yeah,
The Democrats.
but it's like
They are both the same. You know, birds on, you know, feathers on the same eagle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like you said, Dev, so sometimes it just be good for you to hear it from other people, to know I'm not by myself. You know?
Yep. That's exactly how I feel. Sometimes it's just good to know that you're not the only one. You're not the only one seeing this. You're not the only one concerned. You're not the only one thinking some of these things. So yeah, man. That's what this is about with me. Why I'm just listening and quiet, because there's just so much stuff y'all are saying. This is exactly how I've been feeling. This is exactly what I've been thinking.
Right.
Well, I'm gonna say this before I go, Queen Storm. I'm gonna ask Def Dapster, because we know now that we've established, and this might be the next show, Queen Storm. I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah.
But Trump or Joe Biden?
Oh, you asking me?
I'm asking you. Trump or Joe Biden?
And I gotta pick one?
Yes.
Trump. I could tell you why.
Why?
Because when we have a boogeyman, when we don't have the slave master or the zaddy we want, we are more obligated to work together. When we feel like our back is against the wall, or when we feel that, I guess, oppressed, or you know, the boogeyman, I don't really know what to call it, but I just know when Trump was in office, Black people were more tolerant of each other. We worked together. We felt like we needed each other. Right? I don't know why we be feeling like we don't need each other, but I know when that motherfucker was in office, Black people was Black people. And That's what we was on. And for whatever reason, like with me, I just want to win, right? I don't care about a utopia or it going a certain way. My primary thing is black people, we need each other. We need to be working together. We need to be working towards a certain goal. And one thing I know, when they give us the politician we want, we be really acting like we got it like that. It's the weirdest shit.
Right.
Yeah.
And then
Trump
besides
also
that, I
is
don't really understand how we don't know who Joe Biden is, but
right.
I don't know, man.
But
It
didn't Diddy
seems
have
like
part in pushing Biden as well? Or I know he did with the Democrats.
The who? What you said?
That Diddy had something to do with pushing Biden and
Of
shit like
course.
that.
He pushed for Biden hard in 2020.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
pushed for Biden hard. He had all the rappers out there talking about
vote or die.
Yeah. Yeah. He did vote or die.
Wait, hold on. Let me ask y'all this. Did he vote?
Right. We don't know.
No, he didn't vote because it came out.
And even if he did vote for Biden, it wouldn't have affected him as far
Not
as
at
like
all.
his money goes. You know, that's what they do. They buy each other's, approval and shit like that, co-sign and shit, because they all in the same thing. You know, we out on the streets talking about race, but behind the scenes with these elite people, there is no real race.
No.
They don't care about that shit. That's a brotherhood and a sisterhood with them. And if Diddy is out here, I do believe that he's out here doing this shit. But believe you me, there's a woman that is just as demonic as him that's out here waiting to be exposed. Trust and believe that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Women can be predators too.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Definitely. That's a good topic though, Ben. We should talk about that, especially with the elections coming up. And Joe is really kind of getting looked at on several levels. I know for one from TikTok, because he says that if he gets voted in, that he's gonna ban TikTok, and a lot of content creators over there with great content depend on TikTok. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So that got a group of people going over. I would say that it's like, the pot calling the kettle black or whatever, right? They both fucked up. But far as economics goes, Trump has had issues with his taxes, but far as working a corporation, Trump can do that. And America is a corporation.
Right.
See what I'm saying? Like, when Trump was in office, right, and it did help people, right? There was pandemic money put to the side, all that. But when it was Biden, he didn't even really come through. The programs have diminished, even though, COVID is still an issue. If your kid, they test your kid positive for COVID, they're going to spend 2 weeks out of school.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And shit like that. So I'm just saying, again, it's, one wing against the other that are the same. But I think we have to get up out of this. We need another run of Trump. We need something. Something got to give.
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
and for people, yeah, right. And for people not to see it still and just see, my thing is this: the media is so powerful that they just convinced everybody that Donald Trump is the bad guy, And I'm a practitioner of old school philosophy, and my enemy's enemy is my friend. So anytime that I see white people acting crazy about another white man, especially when this white man ain't never posed no harm to them, and all of a sudden he's the number one enemy, then you got to take another look at it, because Trump was in Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. He was in every rapper's video back in the 90s.
He was in Home Alone.
Yeah, he sponsored Mike Tyson's fights. When Mike Tyson left Jim Jacobs and Bill Caton, nobody wanted to give Mike Tyson the fight because those two had big influences, and Don King had took Mike Tyson. So they blackballed Mike Tyson. It wasn't until Donald Trump started giving him, I think it was Taj Mahal or whatever, Trump Plaza, that he was doing his fights out of, that Tyson gained prominence, you know, under Don King. So I don't see where all of this racist stuff they talk about Trump is at, you know. He said himself, I am the least racist person that you will find in politics. And I take that to be a truthful statement. He didn't say I'm not racist. He said, I am the least racist person. Unlike Joe Biden, who said, I'm not racist, you kidding me? But meanwhile, you did a crime bill that affected the black community, the black and brown community primarily, you know, but you're not
I wanted
racist.
to watch that Trump rally. Wait, I knew that he had like a Cuban dude come up or something like that, but I
No,
didn't.
that was Ruben Diaz right here in the Bronx. That was Ruben Diaz Sr. And he's from Puerto Rico.
Okay,
And he told him, I'm a black Puerto Rican with kinky hair, you know, and he told that too, because that crowd was mostly Hispanic. You know, that was a predominantly Hispanic crowd the other day he had up in Cortona Park. But, you know, hats off to Ruben Diaz Sr., salute, because he always tells it like it is, you know. And he told him, you know, listen, black Puerto Rican, you know, that's who we are. You know, and if the Latinos really understood that, then you would have more power, you know, in this political arena. But everybody, it's a divide and conquer thing now, you know. Let's get them away from the root of the power, which is the black man and woman, and then we can keep them divided and making them think that they're gonna get a piece of this pie, and they're not, you know. But yeah, I think that should definitely be a topic. I think that should definitely be a topic that you open it up for the panel, you know, bring over, let the chat and everybody come and discuss it. Yeah, because we're approaching election time, you know, the voting season is here. So people better have a clear understanding on what they're pulling that ballot for, and not just basing it on some what they call it, Trump derangement syndrome. You know,
I mean, and then also look at it like Biden has done. First of all, he smells kids. I was one of the creators that came out with the exposure videos on Pizzagate. Those have been removed. But Biden, like, bro, he just out here bad with the letting the foreigners in and shit like that. I got people that I help like in outreach programs, and they've been waiting for housing and they need it now, but they've been waiting for like 3-4 years. Whereas if I go up there to the housing place with them, you see nothing in the lobby but foreigners. And, you know, they're the only ones that are on these programs.
They don't know English or nothing.
Yep. And they're abusing the system in other ways, as far as daycare programs, things like that, food stamp programs. And in some states, they're getting paid like $2,200 a month to live here. Where could you ever move to another country and they pay you to be there? You know, but you're a refugee. Yeah. And of course, it's around election time. I think that that's interesting as well. Don't get it twisted, though. I know that we're on, you know, the same bird, right? There's just two wings. But temporarily, I think, you know, because it's not like with this election, they're just going to be like, nope, we're not doing presidents anymore. We're going to do it different. It seems like we're going to have to pick one or the other. So my guess would be Trump, because Biden is killing America. Everything is out of control. They're doing all different type of stuff. So yeah, I think that would be a great topic. And, you know, I would welcome anybody to come up and speak their mind, you know?
Yeah, I think it would be, because that means we have right now, as far as who's on between you, Def Dapsa and myself, we're unanimous. I'm saying Trump, you know?
Right.
I'm saying
now,
that.
With
my
the
son is
stormy-
23 years old, and he been saying Trump, been saying it. So, I mean, when you got someone my age and then someone his age, and we're feeling the same way or viewing it the same way, somebody got to be right. I don't know if I'm right
with
or
the
if it's
Stormy
him.
Daniels, she was an adult, correct? And he just like had sex with her and paid her to be quiet or something.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, gave her a little couple dollars and
So I mean, that's
regular
an
shit.
affair, just like with Bill Clinton when he got his dick sucked by Monica Lewinsky. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
It was just kind of
Exactly.
like, you know what I'm saying? Like, girl, you knew what the fuck
Yeah,
you was
and this and
You
this
knew
had
what it
nothing to do.
was.
Yeah,
right.
this had nothing to do with him being president. You know, this was Playboy Trump out there doing what he do.
Right. Oh shit, Ben got knocked off. Let me put the link in the chat. Anybody could come up if they want. We're gonna wrap the show up soon, but I'm enjoying this conversation. Yeah, we definitely got to. You want in, Def Dabster, on the Trump situation, Trump Biden situation?
What you say? Do I want in?
Yeah, as far as not a debate, but you know what I'm saying, just a
A discussion.
conversation
A
Oh
about
yeah, the
discussion.
yeah,
discussion, of course. Hell yeah.
yeah. Okay.
Hell yeah. Especially if we're gonna go down the rabbit hole and because usually man, cats make a bunch of cliche statements or they just regurgitate a bunch of bullshit. And you know, we definitely need to get past the sloganism and just the romanticism of you know of just doing what we're told, right? There where we love being told what to do, we love being told what to think, even though that ain't what we want to do, that's not what we want to think, but we sometimes we just go out of our way to be brainwashed. It's strange to me.
Well, to add on what you're saying, to like try to add my point to it. What made me go for Trump, and like you said, without having been told what to do, was when he freed Alice Johnson. If I think that's her name. I think her name is Alice Johnson. That's the woman that Kim Kardashian was advocating for, who did 20 years in jail. Now she did 20 years in jail
For what?
for interstate trafficking, cocaine trafficking.
Okay.
She had a kilo of cocaine. Her boyfriend was a dealer. I think they were from Detroit. Don't quote me on it, but you know, Alice Johnson, she was given a pardon by Trump, and she got the time because of Biden's 1994 crime bill. This happened in '94, right? And she ended up doing 20 years in jail, missed her kids, grandkids' life, and she was in jail under Obama's administration. You know what I mean? She did, and Obama was in office for 2 straight terms. And when he left office, he pardoned everybody except her. You know, he gave the most absurd people a pardon. He gave what's his name, Blonganovich, the one from his hometown who was trying to sell his Senate seat. He pardoned him. You know, like I said, he gave he gave the most presidential pardons for exiting president in history. But it was Trump who pardoned this lady. And like I said, she went to jail as a result of Joe Biden's crime bill. So when I saw that alone, I said, yo, this dude, yeah, Trump is different. You know, he's not basing it on nobody's feelings. And, you know, he's looking at the facts. Y'all put this woman in jail for 20 years for a brick of cocaine. Come on now.
Yeah,
He was
that's
probably
crazy.
stepped on too.
Right.
Hell yeah.
It probably wasn't even like 90%. It was probably some 63% type shit.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, just the idea that we have a president in office that, you know, he referred to himself as Joe Biden's wife. He falls everywhere he goes. I mean, the man is literally falling the fuck apart. Have you seen the back of his head?
Crazy.
It's wild. Like, I
Nigga
cannot.
breaking
Like,
all the way down.
right, period. Like, something
He
ain't right with dude. And
he
he
be
literally be
struggling to
smelling
formulate
people.
sentences and complete thoughts. I
Yeah.
remember he was on national TV and just completely spaced out. I said, man, look at this shit.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Crazy as hell. Like, he just ain't got it all, you know? we got to just stop voting for people. Like, I know some people that voted for Biden that are old heads that voted for him because when they lived in a certain state, you know, he was, congressman or whatever there, and this, that, and the other. Like, a lot has changed since then, you
Yeah.
know? And it's just sad, that people can't see what other people possibly are going through. And Biden sees it, but he ain't doing shit.
Oh no, it's not that he don't care. He
Yeah,
don't care.
yeah.
Biden is one of the biggest racists. Like the Information Man show was saying, he sat down when he went to Strom Thurmond's funeral. He spoke at Strom Thurmond's funeral, and Strom Thurmond was a straight up and down Ku Klux Klansman. So
wow.
Biden to let you know what it is, and it's sad that our people are sitting back, still up in this trance, with this hate for Trump. And you whether you know it or not, I tell this to you, Dev Dabster, and I can prove it. I can prove it to anybody who wants to try to argue it. Yeah, we know where we're from historically. We know our ancestors come from Africa. We got that. You know what I mean? We know that we've been all across this planet before slavery. We wasn't just sprinkled out throughout for slavery. It was black people on all these peninsulas, all these islands, and what have you. But now, fast forward the clock to the advent of America and where we at now, and black people that are here, we are black Americans, straight up and down. And the reason why I say that is you go anywhere in this world that's outside of the United States, North America, and as soon as you open up your mouth, they're going to refer to you as the American. As soon as you say one word, they're going to hear your accent from one of these diasporas of North America, and they're going to refer to you as the American. You know what I mean? So whether we like it or not, our ancestors have been here for 400 years. We're here. This is us. You know what I mean? We could claim everything afterwards, but let's claim what we have to claim right here, right now. You know what I mean? And that's my argument.
I feel you.
Shit makes sense to me.
Damn, he dropped him off unless he was done. No, it makes sense though. Yeah, and some Indiana. We are Indian, probably. Okay, there you go.
They locking in on me, Queen's Throne.
Right, they trying to cut you off.
They don't like what you're saying tonight.
They locking in on me. Oh, snap! Just cut it off.
They keep messing with you, bro.
That's crazy.
They mess with you too. They put you behind stage and turn your camera connection off.
Yep.
Like, what the hell? Oh, okay, Indian. Yeah. Right. I mean, it's really all the same thing. You know what I'm saying? I salute what Ben said. Facts.
All right, so I'm gonna jump off, Queen.
All right. This was great.
Excellent
Thank
edit.
you.
Yes.
I'm a shake too.
All right.
Yo,
Much
Dev
love.
it's always a pleasure, man. Always a pleasure, my brother.
Love chopping it up with y'all for real. You already know.
Much
We'll
love.
see you
I
on the next
appreciate
one.
you. All right, for sure.
Peace, Queen's Throne.
All right. Talk to you soon. All right. So shout out to them for that, y'all. It's been a deep night. We've looked at a lot of situations, talked about some things. I'll let y'all know that I'm going to be looking at the Diddy thing as well. Not saying that I'll be solely dedicated to it, but if I see something that needs to be in a video, we're going to talk about it because this shit crazy. There's other things that are coming up with other people that I want to touch base on as well, and other true crime cases. And I know I said that I was going to hold off on true crime, but I really just said that. Well, I'm going to put everything up on another site and stuff like that. But sometimes I'll be needing a break. Like, these conversations ain't easy to have or whatever, but fuck it, because that's what my channel stands for. We stand against this type of shit, this activity, domestic violence, trafficking, sexual abuse, all that. So, you will see some videos from me as well, either satire, comedy videos, or getting down to, the whole situation and shit like that. I respect those that, called it to my attention by requesting it. This was a highly requested topic today. I know that Ben reached out to me behind the scenes, said that he wants to do a video. He did that last week. I think it was like last Sunday. And then, so we had planned for this show today. But I respect the fact that you guys reached out to me like, please look at this, please. It really makes sense. And I appreciate your guys' feedback after it's all said and done. There was a lot that was gone over today, but we ain't even, I know that everybody knows what's kind of going on or whatever, but it is a lot still out there. So shout out to everybody's clips that we used today. We used like 39 clips. I chopped them up, type of thing to give you just kind of like a rundown from beginning to Diddy's apology. Of course, there may have been some things that are left out, but we will address them. But I do appreciate you guys. It was fun. On the way out, we're going to listen to the same song we listened to on the way in, which is a song that I wrote myself, Forgotten Victims by Cash Me Out, aka Queen's Throne. I appreciate you guys. What's good, Jay Snake the Great? And thank you for the likes, subscriptions, and donations. I appreciate those. And you will see me soon. So stay you, stay royal, stay uncompromisable, and please stay woke because you will see me or hear me in an upcoming edit or a live stream. Much love, y'all. See you soon. Oops, let me fix that. I had sped up the other clip.
Have you seen Ebony? I can't find her. No, I haven't seen her. Did you see Ebony?
Yeah, she's a video on repeat.
Ebony? What's going on back here?
You're just playing a game. It's okay, isn't it?
Oh, I was just worried. As long as she's back here with you, everything is all right. Mommy?
Shh. Shh.
Mommy!
Stand against the predators amongst us. Be the voice of change. Break the cycle.
Forgotten victims, hidden so well. Victims of their past, but they will never tell. Touched as children are scared by violence. They choose to hide it and keep the silence. Still forgotten victims who choose to hide. Push back their feelings or bottle them inside. Victims of abuse, scared to protest, but many are ashamed due to rape and incest. Still forgotten victims, hidden so well. Some memories of abuse, but very deep they dwell. Women and men hiding feelings of shame, but they are still victims that shouldn't be blamed. Still forgotten victims who choose to hide it. Keep quiet cause society takes sides and downplays violence. Many fear being believed, but they are still victims, so don't be deceived. Forgotten victims, hidden so well. Victims of wanting love, but truly living in hell. Day after day, they may suffer new pain. Like someone often close, but it could be far away. You may not have a voice, but I'll be yours today. So wipe those tears away and let my words relieve the pain. Don't drive yourself insane, no add stress to your brain. Trying to figure out why you've been treated this way. Just hold your head high, you know when karma comes around. So knock them to the ground when their time come around. The best way to heal is to seek help and talk about it. Cause you never know, your experiences might help somebody. I had my time of being quiet, hiding behind my tears for so many years. But one day I understood with my experiences I could help the next, so I'll dedicate my last breath to prevent future victims from this pain that's so from the wind. The paper or the pen, take my hand, it just say win. Forgotten victims, hidden so well, victims of the past, but never were to tell.
It happened to me. 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 It happened to me.